Hype, hype, hype. We're back. We're back. My voice is kind of back, and we're back. All right. Hold on. Let's get on some of that lo-fi chill music. What's up, guys? Ooh. All right. Feels good to have my voice kind of back. Mostly back. Hold on one second. Let me get situated here. Put on a different. What a crazy little start to the morning. I told you guys that the markets are so sensitive to catalyst. I'm not gonna lie. I went there and grabbed it. I went there and coin flipped on that. I figured that with a week of news, the market's not gonna crash on news. I got the flu. I'm getting over it. Man, IDOC has it so bad though. She is like sick today. And she goes to Hawaii on Friday, so she needs to get better quick. Anyways, I put a couple contracts on. I feel market's gonna kind of hold the fort for the bigger news CPI. So I've been trading down all night. Put a couple contracts on a couple of the accounts. My thought was I can either take a nasty loss. I calculated that it'd probably go to DD band. So I was thinking, you know, what I had to lose. The majority of the movement's going to be off in news this week anyways. So I got lucky. The dice rolled in my favor. I just grabbed long minute for the con and just a couple of the accounts. And I made some trades overnight. So I'm already up for the day, which is good. Whatever this is, I don't know. It's a lot, but half of that's just luck. I was like, I'll just get back whatever. Okay, we are in the area. So right now we ran off of let's see. Come on, load up. You have PPI, CPI, housing starts. We have a big week. That's it for today, I think, as far as news goes. The Fed balance at 2 is probably going to be a thing, but CPI tomorrow, that's the big one. But you can see how we moved today on PPI, right? That's a huge move on that news. So the market, the volatility is still there to create big-ass moves in the market. Can I turn up the mic? Oh, what? Yeah, people keep saying that. Let me actually go here and do this. Hold on, Mike. All right, hold on. Check. Give us some more volume here. Check. Okay. Check. Well, that's good. Let me turn up in my encoder here. Hello, check. Some people tell me to turn up the mic. I don't understand. Check. Mic. On my screen, it goes like green to yellow. It's almost pushing red. The gain is good. The volume is good relative to everything. On my mixer, everything's balanced. You sure? See on my screen? Look at this. When I talk, see when I talk low, it's not that big. But when I talk, it's yellow. See how it's yellow? Relative to the music, which is the one above it. Is your screen? Turn up your speakers. Maybe that'll work. That's like when I talk right into the mic. You know what I need to do? What happened was I put my mic and my tablet, I put them backwards and I put the desk back together when I moved to the new office. So this doesn't pull over all the way. What I'm going to have to try to do is, we'll figure this out. Maybe I'll do like that. Or maybe I should start like mounting it on my, I don't know. I'll figure this out somewhere. I'm going to talk right into it. Oh, well, when I turn my head and speak a lot lower, me turning up the mic ain't going to help that. Me just not being an idiot. It's going to help that. Okay. All right. Today, market's moving. I made a little post on Twitter today. So we know, right? We talk about VIX, VVIX, all that stuff. You guys want to learn a little bit today. The reason we teach on a little bit of stuff like this when the VVIX above 100 is a little good rule of thumb. The market's going to be a little sensitive in general. The volatility is going to get like, right? Volatility is going to cause the market to do that. The rule of thumb, your market's going to be very choppy, very weird in this environment. We roll into new VIX contract, I think, tomorrow, right? Should be tomorrow, yeah. So, yeah, we roll into a new VIX contract. We checked forward curves flat, so the market's going to, again, let us see the reality of what it's going to do very quickly. I'm talking like super quick. The market is not going to hide its hand at all. We're going to know within a day of tomorrow if the market's going to be shitty for another month, which is great. That's the triple B trick on VIX. Whenever you're rolling into a new contract, we calculate one number. Right? It's on my screen here. That one number is important for the month. You're above that number, you're going to have like crazy volatility, overshooting pivots, stuff like that, right? So we get a new number today, after market though. So for tomorrow's sesh. Give me those likes. Yeah, I'm up early today. I'm gonna start trying to stream like 30 minutes early, like starting maybe like at 8. Just getting here pre-market, 8 my time. Oh, okay. So yeah, so basically like, I don't usually trade on news, but I was expecting the market to not crash on PPI news. I was expecting the idea that typically the market moves down to allow that liquidity, that range to be tested. This is something that happens a lot of the time in high volatility environments. It's betting on the volatility. And so what I told myself was I'm going to long in like 5 of my accounts with 2 contracts, and either they're going to bust or it's going to dip to there. And then I've got all my other accounts to play on. And so I don't normally do that other than strategically. And strategically, the coin flipped in my favor. We tapped every DD band, I closed out. And then it only took 2 contracts to make thousands in each account. So it wasn't much. But I could have afforded that drawdown either. I normally don't play the news for that reason, but knowing that it's just going to be volatility and that the market's going to not crash out before the more important one, which is CPI, that was an easy decision. But that's pretty nice. Upper DD band around the penny, baby. Hit that, turn around. Let's go. That's right. Can I see ES and NASDAQ browser? Yeah, you can. What you have to do is you have to connect a brokerage account right down here. As long as you have a CQG account, hit connect. I connect my Hedge Clear account, or I connect my AMP account or whatever. Right here. As long as you have CQG logins, you can connect it right there. And then as soon as you do that, you can get your future stickers. If you don't know how to get the names, the risk interval table shows you what they are. So you can just add them to your watch list. Like I have S&P added in my watch list, and just click it and it loads them right up. Okay, so looking at today, right, we have a huge, let's go see what the actual news was. Let's go read core PPI and PPI year over year. Let's look at that. That's the important one. Let's get the month over month. And year over year is the important one. How are we doing on PPI, right? The change in selling price of goods sold by producers. Core is excluding food and energy, right? So this is from the perspective of the sellers. It builds into the overall master, equation for inflation, prices, all that stuff is one of the pieces of understanding what that is. So here, we're talking, inflation's the overall price of something. So the master equations, like how much raw materials are, the cost of labor, the cost of shipping, cost equals the bottom line, and the bottom line plus markup at the store is what you face, right? So it's like, this is one of the pieces. You read what it says from the perspective of the sellers. When producers pay more for goods and services, are more likely to pass the cost to customers. PPI is likely a leading indicator of consumer inflation. As you can see, the cost since about January of this last year is going up slightly. So there's an uptick in like the inflation potential is what it's saying. And of course, like anything, the market doesn't give a shit what the news actually is. The market just does what the market does best. So the market is not, obviously that news is ticking up. You can be like, oh, didn't we sell off because the FOMC wasn't going to raise rates that quickly? And then now it's like, wait, the market ticked up because inflation is going up? Oh God, that doesn't make any sense at all. Welcome to the world of it'll never make sense. Welcome to the world of never going to make sense. The market will do what the market wants to do. There's no such thing as good and bad news. This is my favorite topics to teach about fundamentals. Was the news good? Doesn't matter. Was the news bad? Doesn't matter. Will never matter. The market will move if it's good enough for someone or not good enough for someone or bad for someone or not bad enough for someone. Today, the market probably moved up because that wasn't bad enough for someone. You never know. So you never know why the market moves. That's just the perception of other people. They have their own standards. Good is relative to yours, however you define it. An example, this ticking up could have been bad to you, and it could have been like, I didn't tick up enough. Look at this, we're flat. So, hey, let me cover my shorts. And that maybe you saw that today. You'll never be able to ever, and I've done this, correlate. I did this when I used to trade oil. What that damn report says versus probability that goes up or down. Never. That's my synopsis of Nasdaq's move today. Does that make sense? The market moves on an event randomly. And because it does that, you should never do what I did, which is put money in to the pot before it happens. Lucky for me, the dice rolled in my favor, but I was playing the numbers game. Here's the numbers game. You want to see how brilliant I am. It's a chosen coin flip. Let me show you how you do it. Again, don't do what I just about to tell you that I did. Like ever. Where's my pencil tool? Load up so I can draw. Oh, there it is. Okay. Like, don't do what I do, ever. I don't do this in accounts that matter. Imagine you have, 20 accounts, or something like that you're playing with. And you're like, you know what? I know that we have a bunch of news events this week. I know it's going to be volatile. VVIX is high. And the market moved, what is this? Like 930, give or take, all the way up to, geez, that was almost what? 200 points? Or more than that. Nope, 200, yeah. Like 200 points. That's a lot of move for the news. Like normal news doesn't really move that much, right? So the thing is that we know that the market's going to be extremely volatile. We got bigger news coming out this week that should matter, like the direct read of CPI, right? That's the biggest one. And so usually markets don't like to have the lesser of the news, collapse, especially if it's trading in a direction. And the volatility side, we just know that the market's likely to span internally the range of the previous trading sesh and the overnight. This is normal. Very rarely will kind of what I like to call news that's important, but not the big news for the week, is typically gonna like span the range. If you're trading down, the market's just kind of like positioning so that it can burp up without breaking highs. The goal is the aftermath of the news is not supposed to exceed this range. And we see that happen a whole lot in weeks where the market is transitional into like, is it bullish or bearish, which is happening right now, and volatility is high. So the market's just going to kind of like test the range, which is all that happened. So today's move is like not decision making, right? You're not usually going to sell and then collapse unless you're in a deadly bear market. You're not usually going to like move up into the news and then pop up unless you're in a good bull market. Right now, we're neither. We're in this transitional bear market possibility. So the market is just volatile. PPI is one piece of the equation. And, it came in kind of high. But in either case, what I did was, of the accounts, I took like 5 of them. And then I just longed 2 contracts and I made many thousands of dollars. Had I lost, had the market dipped to there, then I would have just lost the accounts. And then when it would have come right back up in there, I got 15 more accounts to position to get right back to mean if we get a good bull liquidity map at the start. So the idea is, if you think about it, if this is just one account or a real account you're trading, the way that I handle it is, my decision is the market's not likely going to break this range today. We got to kind of hold the fort going in the CPI. Okay. If I just had one account and my normal position is 10 contracts, then what I'm doing is I'm longing with 2. And then if it dips, I'm getting 8 more at the bottom to bet that it stays internal. So the choice was not to gamble on the news to pick a direction. The choice was actually to bet that it stays exactly where it is, and just long and long again. Either I get a big move in small amount in 2 accounts, or I get a better position for the majority of my accounts. Does this make sense? This is a decision that a lot of traders make when you're playing into some volatility. You know, I can enter and then in DCAN a little bit lower at a bigger spot, right? And like this is the result of that. So some of these were long trading overnight. So whatever this adds up, this is my apex. You know, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 25, 26, 27, 28. 1,000. The market ain't even open yet. Now, I could have lost, you know, maybe like 10,000, 15,000 of that, but then I'm pre-positioned better to jump in longer. Just laugh, baby. That's so my synopsis of the market is just moving, you know, into a range that's acceptable. We are above. Let me see it really quick here. I think we're good. We got positive gamma on monthlies, above monthly hedge pressure. Things are looking solid today, at least for the setup. 274. Oops. Wait, hold on. 2274 was here. I forgot. I don't know why I didn't update here. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I'm looking at. I was like, okay, I'm on the wrong thing. I was like freaking myself out. Yeah. 2922, which is actually here. I don't know why I moved that around. So monthly hedge pressure, we gapped above it. We're still trading. We're in a really good spot leading into the overnight. This is positive gamma to support a good run for the rest of the day. I like this. So when the market was very close to it was also the reason for the decision I made. MHP is always a reversal pivot. That orange line is always my favorite reversal pivot. I always, always, always do that. It's never close enough. So that I was like, oh, you know what? Let me go ahead and take it. What percent? All the different prop firms are different. So I'm trying to remember what. I always forget. I think ETF takes 10% or 20%. Apex takes 20%. There's a percent that they all take. I can't remember. Honestly, I should remember. I honestly do not pay attention. Let me see what they're. Somebody here might know. Maybe someone in chat. I think it's 10% for. I think it's 10% for both. And what else am I doing? I just started doing Top Step. I've been trading much in the Top Step yet. I've been focusing on my ETF and I'm mostly just kind of chilling. I want the market to stabilize before I start taking Top Step seriously. I don't want to be up and down volatility. So I've been waiting for the perfect trading month to start kind of. I don't know what theirs is either. Oh, it looks like somebody in chat is posting an ETF is 10. Yeah, that is right. ETF is 10. They took 10% for my last payout. That is right. After I think I got 12,500 was mine to keep, and then it's 10% after that. That's what it was. Somebody just wrote in chat the death of Apex. Oh my goodness. Apex having some tough times here. All right, let's get ready for liquidity maps, y'all. Don't forget to smash that like button. Everybody, bottom right. Bottom right of your screen. Let's get ready to do this. Dude, I can hear IDOC like hacking from like a floor above her. Machine, you got some ETF people in here. Kaizen usually are here. What is the how soon you can withdraw on ETF? So in the live account, I can withdraw every day. As far as the sim funded accounts, how often can you withdraw? Is it every 10 days? Okay. Apex liquidated your accounts if they're passing eval. Wait, what? Wait. Explain that. Okay, we're starting with the gap up. Resilience is greater than half, so half gap already on S&P futures. I'm looking forward to be support. Good, nice little gap up on stocks. Let's look at Nasdaq really quick. So right now we're looking at liquidity maps and equities to get a little bit extra understanding of what today's doing. It's a little trick. We use liquidity maps to kind of read the market from the perspective of equities. So in there, okay, so in the sim funded, it's after 10 days. Okay, cool. Good to know. All right, so in futures, I'm looking for 58.84. That's point of no return, everybody. For ES, I'm going to write it in chat. I'm going to write 58.84. 29.22 in Nasdaq. Point of no return. All right, let's get those maps going, baby. Why is my little giveaway timer bot thing not posting? Somebody say something. Oh, here we go. Giveaway Friday. Or giveaway Wednesday, whatever day is today. All right. Let's see if we can trigger the bot. Everybody say in chat one word. I don't care. Just type something really quick. Everyone type something. Okay, QQQ monthly hedge switcher right on the tap. This is usually a reversal signal. I like to take this one, BLD. This is a nice little setup. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to long right here. Just one. I'm going to dip a little lower. Just one. God, those pills are awful. All right, so this is set up. I'm looking. There could be a little bit of drawdown on this, but this is right on the edge. I usually take this and I'm going to trade to there, call it, and then that's every single time trade I'm going to trade to there. Nice little long bump on this guy. All right, there we go. It looks like the bot just finally kicked on, and somebody said cows. Chad Gordon finally kicked it. There you go. All right. Monthly hedge switcher long. Boom. Open, orange, open is the first setup on the trade. I'm looking for this guy right here. Open, orange, open. This is this little leg. The guide is showing me the flow path. So I'm looking for that. And like I said, if any breakage of this is just, you know, the market's going to dip. But there is a secondary trade from here to there. So if the market decides to collapse out on this, then I'm going to be very perplexed. DD ratio back to bullish, which is good. Above MHP, also good. Monthly maps still kind of like meh. Right, not looking so hot. So Nasdaq, while it's not the leader of the pack, the S&P has that same setup today. So even watching S&P and Nasdaq can pivot from here to there. And then this is a trade that I hold to there. Right back to test high. So it's a very clean cut trade today. Market's back. I don't hate it. You know, I mean, I don't hate the idea that the market's back. Let's let her rip. Oh. There she goes. There she goes. Open, orange, open. That is the scalp. That is the scalp. Ooh, what a good scalp. What a good scalp. Gonna play the scalp and take my money and run. Oh, my Lord. What a good scalp. What a good scalp. What a good scalp. Oh, my God. That was like $20,000. I love liquidity maps. Okay, but let me see if it supports it open. We back in to the trade. Let's see. Let me just take a little bit of risk. Just Qs, we're gonna support the open. Just one. Okay, we'll do one. I like it. Resilience is good. I don't hate it. I'm gonna risk what I just made to take the second trade, and I'm gonna hold one contract just to run to the top. So this is about. When I do this with 20 contracts, oh my god. Well, yeah, it depends. But like high volatility environments like this are just like completely shit. Like I don't like to risk a whole lot. Yeah. So we'll see. I don't hate it. Here, I'll take it again one more time. So there, it couples with every single time trade from here to there, or to there. So if I support res greater than 0 on the open, this is type 2 mode 2 resilience. This goes there to the bear zone. We tap the bear zone. I trade through all the way to the bull zone. One contract is all I need because this is an 80-point run, so it's good. I don't need a lot to make some moolah on this bad boy. Monthly maps are starting. Oh, wow. Look at QQQ. Monthly maps starting to stabilize on the bull side. Holy crap. Okay, that's looking really good. So 3 days, like we're back to having some bullish. This might, oh my God, this might dip out this week. Oh. Ooh. Don't forget to smash the like button, you guys. Hit that like button in the bottom right of the corner of the screen. You guys getting this awesome stream every day? Let's see what SPY looks like today. See if SPY looks any better. SPY doesn't look better until later this week, but at least a week away. And things are looking solid. I don't think that they don't look solid. This could be the reversal day, guys. I don't know. This is not a short. It's not a shorting day to me, in my opinion. I don't see it. Let's slow it up. Come on, platform. Load up, baby. Stop being slow. My computer is being slow right now. A little bit of selling pressure here. All right, hold up. Take a look at this one. Oh, let's zoom in. So I'm just hanging on. Just hanging on. All this junk on my screen here. All right. Where is... Okay, let's look at NASDAQ really quick. Pretty solid there. There's that second resistance. Normally I hold through this, but this time I'm just going to take profit on it. That market be a little volatile today. All right, it's second trade I run. Oh my God, dude. Oh. NASDAQ right here. Same thing. So what I normally do is I trade to next resistance, and this is like a couple trades. So this is called this like every single time trade. I always long from here to here every single time, and the ratio is bullish. So as it passes from here to here, it's a good sign that it pushes there. But I took some profit at the first resistance because there is volatility. There is another setup there. I'm not gonna, again, like I said, we're right at the edge, DD bands, and so I'm kind of like, you know, we're getting close. So I'm not gonna go risk it all. And we'll see. I don't hate it. This is like cheating. LOL. Y'all have no idea. Oh, what a nice clean setup today. All right, everybody in the stream, go here. Click the thumbs up button. That was 1 out of 5. I told you know what's so crazy? We used to have a Zoom call we did in the morning, and when you guys couldn't follow directions, I canceled the Zoom call. I could stop streaming. You better click that like button. Click that heart. Give us some love. I told people, you know, like, help us out, we'll help you out, you know, kind of thing. We love y'all. One more. Now it's time to stop streaming. LOL. Let this baby ride. There to there is one final move. I'm gonna risk a little bit of drawdown on this one. I'm only trading in like 3 of my accounts right now. So the goal is to tap out right there to finish out the move. Any dip, I'm gonna hit it hard again through here. Resilience is still positive. That's what I want to see. I want to see that dip. We'll test the open again. There's volatility still on the table. NASDAQ is getting very close to that DD band though. So I am kind of pushing it. I'm trying too hard on this. So I'm not trading against all the accounts right now, but when I tell you how much, when I show you how much I made, you guys are gonna love it. Oh yeah. You like the stream? That's what I like to see. I don't know. We have to be mean and punish you guys. How come I can't hear the music anymore? Did I do something? Hello, where'd the music go? Oh, y'all can hear the music. I can't hear the music. Right, that's a little loud. Again, I'm taking a little bit of extra risk in this one account. That's it. That's literally it. Plans from here to here. That's it. I am betting that we hold here. And I am betting for a final push to tap DD band to close. Now, the hardest part is like where from here is that tap going to be? So I'm not going to go too crazy on this, but let's just find a little red line there. So the test is going to be, okay, good. If I get a nice little test, I'm going to hit it with everything else. Stop. Colorful lines. Right about here is the retrace. Ugh. Around the edge there. For some reason, like it keeps no longer recognizing my speakers here. That might work. Ooh, okay, that's not good. That's not good at all. Okay, still betting on the hold. I'm gonna close that out. Ew. All right, I'm about to punch this out. I'm gonna close that. Screw that. All right, I'm gonna tap it one more time at hedge pressure. Trust me, I'm way up today. Like way up today. That's just one. That's just one. I took a little risk on that one. Okay, so here's another setup here. Hedge pressure. Yeah. Where's Ming set? NVIDIA goes to shit again. Yeah, NVIDIA tend to do that. Well, that don't look good at all, does it? But we'll see. Bull zone, I don't hate it. Yeah. Still feeling decent on this one. The final move is from here to here, and then that's probably the top of the day. So this is high of day. Market likely to sell off. Probably not feeling it today. You have monthly hedge pressure pushing up. Nasdaq futures, half gap of support. Nasdaq futures, all down in here. So this is a little alarming, but this again is a high volatility environment that we're in. Take a look at S&P. S&P still looking kind of decent. Kind of in that same boat here. for S&P. That's right. All right, we have a contest. Don't worry. We have a contest ETF today. Everybody, we get that like up to 200. Everybody, bottom right, click thumbs up. I'll be right back. I'm going to turn off the screen and say I'll do that. I'm going to the bathroom. We're back, baby. All right, hold on. All right, ETF giveaway coming up very soon. Very soon. Let's see. Res is turning. No, Res is all right. Nasdaq resilience does not see S&P resilience. Market's still solid on this. What I am going to wait for before I punch it one more time, I'm going to trade S&P only actually on this one. And what I'm going to do is I want to see if there's a test inside of here. I will long off of those hedge pressures every time. That's kind of my game here. We're going to wait for that. I'm not going to lie, guys. It's been a really solid day today. They're the same like that? Oh, they're stronger. You have a lot of forces all lining up at the same spot. Definitely stronger. 328. So this is about 7 points lower in the S&P. You're talking about like a 57, 70, something like that. Let me say 7 points lower is roughly 58, 82, give or take, futures. Ooh. Today's been quite a day. Remember that tap. One more, right on the edge here. This guy right there. I'm looking for it. I'm not gonna. Anytime you have volatility, don't early. Like I don't early enter any trade like this. If I know this is the pivot I want, that's the pivot I want. That's it. I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna like, okay, it's almost there. I'm gonna be like, there's volatility. It's gonna get there. Are we getting back? There it is. All right, let's just try one. Just to be fingers crossed. Now I'm betting that the market doesn't fall apart and turn to shit. So something small is all I'm doing. Let's go straight to futures and see where we are. It's right on the edge there as well. So we'll see. Do we get a little bit of a pop up there? Like I said, just one contract. Nothing too crazy. If we break that, the market's back to just pandemonium again. So we'll see. So we'll just see. Keep your fingers crossed that this is looking all right. Yeah, let's take a look at NVIDIA really quick. Come on, don't do me wrong, market. 21, Dustin says 100 bounces. Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. NVIDIA right at MHP. So market is going to have a very big question about what's happening right there. We're going to see. We'll see. Okay. We'll see. It's gonna be strong right here at the edge. News you need to know. Okay, ready? Breaking of this is very bad. Like the market is just still dying. Very bad on this loss. I mean, right on the penny. Our numbers, our calculations are so solid. 58.84 like S&P. Very bad. If you lose this, I mean, it's bad. So if you believe the market's not going to collapse leading into CPI, this is the pivot we want to see hold. That's it. That's the only place that matters. That's the place we want to see hold. That's it. Okay, so I just put one contract, baby contract on it, a little tiny bit. It kind of looks like it wants to get right back to there, doesn't it? It's kind of scary. That resilience number, if that goes negative, I'm done. We see those hedge pressures hold. Also right here, that's the edge, very bad. Right on the edge there. We'll see. Remember, any breakage of this, the pressure on this side is straight down. That's what the liquidity map is showing you. So we lose that. Oh my God. Am I going to get bad again? Don't forget about the giveaway. Go to the Discord, enter the contest, click the button. You know how it goes. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cancel the contest in 5 minutes. If we don't get 200 likes on the stream, I'm going to cancel the contest. I don't know what I got to get you guys to do to click a button. Y'all are watching the best YouTube stream there is in futures trading. Y'all, nobody wants to click a button. That's like patting someone. It's like giving somebody a tip. A street musician playing violin. You're not even walking by and then saying good work. You're just like ignoring them. Like, oh yeah, work for me for free. I gotta smash it. See, oh now when we take something away, then you do it. See, this is what I'm saying. And I had somebody the other day like, why'd you cancel the Zoom? Well, it's because you guys didn't come to YouTube after. Well, I mean, I'm like, if I'm gonna do like 3 hours of work, you can do 2, maybe 3 seconds of work. It just is fair. And I'll say like, well, I'll scratch my back. I'll scratch your back. All you have to do is like, tap mine with your finger. That's it. Call it some love. See, Rail knows how to do it. We love you guys. We just got to get that algo some love. Ooh, 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 let's get some moves here. You guys heard me earlier singing Psycho Killer by the Talking Heads because I was saying this market's a killer today. Better run away. No coffee today? You always make your coffee. It's the first thing you gotta do every day. What a silly market today. We're on the very bad side of hedge pressure. Resilience is still holding on. So my question is, what do I want to do now that the signals are stacked against a long trade? Do I still want to hang on this? The upward movement is good. Just will it flush me beforehand? Now, if this resilience number is right on the edge, that's the gap fill predictor. That tells me, are we going to here or going back up? Res greater than 0 has pivoting action this way from the half gap. So we're overshooting that right now. It's slightly on the edge. It's likely pulling it down. NASDAQ trying to pull us down. So what happens in markets like this is they overshoot and they end up can go in the direction you want. See, I'm not really going to cancel the contest, but you see me, you guys. Y'all are doing something. It's right on the edge. I just put, like I said, just put one contract to it. Nothing crazy. Nothing too crazy. There we go. Now she's moving. I don't think the market's gonna crash today. We'll see. We'll see. I just want a contract, nothing crazy. It's like a 30K day today, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. Across the board. Chase Long, yeah, I mean, I'm in for something. About 30, yeah, about 30K. 30. I obviously it could be 40. I'm not really counting it all up. I'm just kind of estimating. I see a bunch of 5,000s, 4,000s, 3,000s in all my accounts. So it's... I'll do it. Okay, let's do 7, 8, 12, 16, 17, 20, 30. Yeah, maybe like between 30 and 40, somewhere in there. How do I get paid on YouTube? I don't get paid on YouTube. Ads, I think. Yeah. Ads pay, but I don't try to get paid on YouTube. That's not the thing. No, but yeah, like the engagement score is what helps the algorithm, you know, keep the stream in a highly competitive world against other streamers who you guys watch. There ain't no streamer out there worth watching. I've pretty much watched all of them. I don't see anybody streaming that has any amount of skill that I would say is worth learning from. Most of the streamers are average at best, which is not bad. Some of them make money in bursts of time. Not all of them make money all the time. But as far as what it is here, you know, in a highly competitive world, what it is, flashy gets the attention. So, you know, people, I guess I never will sell out and show like pictures of my fancy house, fancy car as a way to kind of draw attention to myself. I just like the merits of my own trading to stand on its own 2 feet. Although I do have all the goodies that most traders have, but clicking the button helps the algo give us a little more traction out there. That's enough money to fix all your current problems. For most people, that's enough money to fix a lot of their problems. Oh yeah. Yeah, but people are trying to focus on trading, not likes. Now, but I would say that for the most part, that's not a nice thing to say. Tip your waiter. One thing is, we can make our live stream a paid service. We make it free for a reason. If you can't click a thumbs up button on a free stream, you're kind of not saying anything mean to you, but you're kind of a selfish human. Almost the kind of person I wouldn't like in real life. I would actually walk up to you. I would grab the back of your shirt as you walked by and say, "Tip that fucking musician, you piece of shit. You sit there and listen to him for an hour. What the fuck is wrong with you?" I would say that to you in real life. I'm weird like that though. I'm confrontational with people. They have to feed their families, This world is not designed for your enjoyment. This world isn't put here for you. This world is put here for all of us to share. That's how I say it. I am almost like that. Like one time there's a person, we were eating at this putt-putt place. There's you guys know the adult putt-putt places where you go and you basically get drunk. You play adult putt-putt games. Right. We went to a place like this and we were sitting at the bar and some dude at another table down in the bar was basically saying he was arguing and screaming with the bartender. He was like, you gave me the wrong flavor chicken wings and I fucking hate you. Just what the fuck's wrong with you? And I'm like, like a dude with his friends. They were these drunk redneck looking dudes. I'm from Texas, so we call each other rednecks down here. Anyways, dudes were man, and the bartender was just not having. He's having a bad day. And I looked at this guy. I was like, hey, why don't you guys cool off? And they looked at me almost like, what are you gonna do about it? But they just look at you and they kind of get back to their thing. Because in this world, I've learned that people are basically a bunch of pussies. This is what I've learned. 99% of people in this world are fucking pussies. And you literally, if somebody's kicking the back of your seat in an airplane, turn around and say, stop kicking my seat. And they will stop because they're like, oh my God, someone's talking to me. And you usually don't confront people because you're scared to confront people. What I've learned in this life is you confront everybody and they'll do it. People are uncomfortable with being pressed. And I told these guys hey, cool off, leave that guy alone. And they looked at me if you were watching a movie, they look like the kind of guys that would pull chains out of their wallets and come over and start beating the shit out of me. But they just looked at me okay, we're back up to highs. Let me close. Let me take profit on all this. Profit. We are done for the day. Let's call it a day and count up my wins because they're fucking huge. It's a good day. So I tell people, I'm like, look, don't be afraid to go ask for what you want or to go tell people. In life, that's the way that it goes. So I'm not like a Karen, but I'm kind of like an asshole with a heart of gold. That's what people say about me. And so those people, as they were talking, I told them to cool off. They cooled off. And when they left, I tipped their waiter $100. I didn't even tell him I tipped him. IDOC was with me. We ordered food. We tipped them $100 from our bill. And then we added another $100 for their bill. And so I wrote at the bottom, I was like, you're doing a great job. Something at the bottom of the receipt. That's what I'm saying. In Texas, everyone's holding, so the juice is really worth the squeeze. That is true. I mean, you got to think of it like this, but there's a difference between being an adult and then starting a fight with someone. If you start a fight in Texas, you'll probably get shot. Yeah. A lot of people are like that. But I'm not like walking up to somebody and getting their face and saying, hey, what the fuck's wrong with you? You know, it's just more like, hey, why don't you guys cool it? Very rarely are people going to get up and come up in your face and be like, what the fuck you said to me, boy? A lot of times most people are, you know, scared to do anything. So I've learned in life is just, you know, it's you be firm, but you don't be aggressive. And most people will listen. All right, I'm done for the day. Let's add up. Hold on, let me do a little picture here. All right. As I took stop losses, 2 of my accounts took losses. I don't know, add all that up. What is that? 5, 10, 18, 21, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 2, 36, 7, 38, 39, 6, 45, 41, 42, 43. There you go. I fucking told you guys all week. Like, people don't listen. Why is this guy not streaming? Like, the day it comes back, I'm on a fucking 30, 40, 50K days. Like I told you guys. Like, I wait, I strike, I do when it works. You don't listen. I thought this guy's trading. Why is he just sitting there? I said, just wait. Just wait. I'm around the edge about to do some payouts, so I'll show you guys once I do my payouts. I think I'm done for the day, though. That's a really nice card. I'm paying the house, yeah. Paying off appliances and epoxies and stuff in the new house. Like right now, market's volatile. We just trade inside. Close to DD bands on Nasdaq again. Traded there to there, closed there to there, closed. I mean, I've been doing this all morning. I think we're good. So I'm not super eager to go out and waste much. This was pretty decent for a possible reversal. I'm going to do base hits from now on. Good trade. My platform works. Oh, my platform works. I mean, what it does. I mean, it shows you the flow path. It's never wrong. The flow path is the structure of options. So it is what it is. We just display it for you. And the market tends to follow the flow path of options more often than it doesn't. Just say that is a new area of study that we've pioneered. All right, you guys, we got an ETF giveaway in 1 hour. Rules are you have to be in the stream. Rule number 2 is you have to like the stream. Rule number 3 is you have to go to the Discord on the link that is posting in the chat with that bot. Oh, wait, 43K minus the 3,000, so that's like 40. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Do I want to do anything else, though? That is the question. It's posting. Hold on, wait. Giveaway today. Scroll up in chat. It's got a link for you. Hold on. Here's the link to the Discord. You got to go here. Got to click enter. Okay. Yeah, Dustin's calling it all morning. 59.06. Hard hit down. 59.5. You got right here on S&P futures. We had a really clean resistance inside of this area. Now, let me show you where the market's going to end up today. I'm going to tell you guys something. This is more Rocket Scooter stuff. I long at MHP every single time. Every single time. I reverse every single time. You guys know the rule. I reverse every single time. This is a great trade. Great series of trades. And I long to next resistance. And in these kind of volatile environments, I just long to next resistance, which is here. Now, technically speaking, as it's going to chop around, the reason I'm out is going to keep trading it. There's volatility. I'm expecting a lot of V's. This is likely to go here and break right through there and go straight to there the every single time trade. And then that is the end of the day. But I don't short that either. I'm fully out of all of my trades. Now, what I'd like to see, and if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, is like one more tiny little push. That's it. That's it. That's all I want to see. I don't do copy trading, by the way, but I have 20 accounts with Apex. 20. I don't normally trade in all of them. I do them all individually. I think today I traded in like all but one of them, I think. Your browser freezes if you have more than 2 trade of 8 DOMs open. Oh, that's so crazy. I have like the world's fastest computer, basically. I mean, have you seen my computer, Yogurt? I have like a computer. My computer was so good when I built it. NASA called me and they asked to borrow it so they can launch their next shuttle to the moon. That's how good it is. Literally, I got a phone call. I hate that, like, Mr. Coward. This is NASA. We heard about your computer, and we're doing this really important space mission. We're putting rovers on Mars. We would like to borrow your computer to help get these things into orbit. It'll replace our entire infrastructure. I swear, I'm not lying. I'm not making this up. Let me show you. I was like, I don't know. I need it for my trading stream, guys. Y'all have to wait. You borrow it another time. I swear I'm not lying. I wouldn't and never lie about anything like that at all. Check it out. All right, look. That's the inside of it. I got 2 computers in one box. Like, this is one computer. I got 2 computers running this stream that you see right here. I got specialized everything. You can't really just buy the stuff at stores. So I have special power supply that can power 2 computers at once. I got a lot of different things to match, like, basically the need for the computers, like energy use as well as like functionality. So like this computer does all the trading calculation. It's got insane. It's got the top of the line DDR5 titanium Corsair RAM. It's like the best of the best. Now this is not, the RAM has since been replaced. This is originally, I had the platinum, now I have the titanium. So I have insane amount of the highest quality RAM you can get. So yeah, I've spent roughly, many thousands of dollars on just RAM. That's part of it. But also all of my stream rendering and encoding is done in here. So like I have a capture card that takes my stream that you see, and then it like basically, this is just the streaming computer right here. So this flawlessly works without like shit glitching. Like my computer is all smooth here. Because this takes a lot of CPU and memory to encode the stream. So this feeds to this. And I got like the, a really high-end, you know, stuff. And then when I built this 4 years ago, I built this 2 years ago. I got the parts 4 years ago. So even though it's like the technology's a little last gen, it's still top of the line. Like I thought about building a new PC, but this one is so beastie, I don't think I'd have to change it for like 5 to 10 years, other than the video cards. But I have a whole nother gaming rig over here, so I don't even need to like update anything in this computer. It's perfect for what it does. Yeah. 10,000 good. All that computer was probably, like I told you, it was about $20,000 worth of stuff. When I bought it during COVID, it was even more. Everything cost twice as much as video cards. 3080 Ti's during COVID, when they were a shortage of those things, you couldn't get them, and all the Bitcoin miners gobbled them up. Back in 2020, the way that it worked at any store like Micro Center or something, when they got a shipment in, you basically wait in line every single day, because the shipments would come every day and it was random. Sometimes they get some, sometimes they wouldn't. There was a shortage. So you'd have to wait in line every day. If they did get a shipment, then everyone in line would enter a lottery, and you would stand there and they would draw out the number of the names of the people that were in line. And then you got drawn for, your name got drawn, then you could go buy it. That's the buy at normal price. Or you can do what I did on eBay and pay like, I don't know, was it $3,000 a pop for these things, which is like over 2 times their value, just to buy from the old crypto miner who hogged them to resell them. And I was like, well, I'm going to get them. I thought about bribing some kid that worked at Micro Center and saying like, look, wait in line for me every day. I'll give you $500. If you wait in line for me every day, then I could buy it for like 15 and then give him 5 and save 1,000 the whole purchase. But I asked a couple kids at Micro Center while I was there, and they were kind of reluctant to like lose their jobs for that. So I was just like, oh, never mind. But I did. I was like, do you have a friend who'd want to? And they were just kind of like, oh. They looked at me like a lot of people made them that offer, and they were probably coached by the people at the store. They're saying, you're not going to help the customers out and keep this fair. You know what I mean? They looked at me like I wasn't the only guy that offered that. They were kind of like, yeah, we get asked that a lot, kind of thing. But anyways, but that's it. Yeah, I build computers, so that's kind of like what I do. For trading computer, do you need a strong GPU? You do not need. For a trading computer, you can use the onboard graphics on a good CPU that has onboard graphics. You don't even need a graphics card for trading. Not only do your trading apps do no 3D rendering or processing or anything, you don't need a high frame rate for a trading app. You're not processing anything in 4K for a trading app, and you don't need any RAM, any video RAM for a trading app. Most everything in your trading apps are CPU intensive. So if you're using a trading computer, you just need a minimal graphics card, period. I mean, minimal. Like if you're running Thinkorswim or Tradeovate, you're going to need to really make sure you're maxed out on RAM. If you're using a lot of applications, not any one of these programs will utilize a lot of RAM. They're probably going to use 3 to 4 gigs each, the maximum one. I don't know what they each use. But you're not going to have a lot of these things hogging up a lot of your memory. But see, you're going to need definitely raw CPU power. And when it comes to CPU, you're not going to really need a lot of multi-threading. A lot of these apps aren't really supporting multi-thread, like NinjaTrader and stuff. They're so old, they don't support modern processors. If you want to future-proof that they update, then a good, multi-core processor is good. But really, what you need is a really fast gaming computer, because it's the same thing. You need a really strong 2-core, beast. That basically is good, but you don't need the graphics card to go with it. Trading computers don't need a lot of stuff. The reason I need a lot of stuff is because I've got Rocket Scooter open, bunch of charts open, Discord open, my stream rendering thing open, encoder open, YouTube open, tons of browsers open. I got music. I got all this stuff running that I can have the stream like skip around and stuff. MacBook Pro 2020 is good enough to be trading on for sure. There's like 6 entities that use them. Oh yeah. Well, laptop, what I get are extra screens and trading and trade, something I can fold and fit and carry on. Here's what I think they should enter. I think people should invent this. And I think that this should be something that nobody's thought of. So some of you go out there with this many millions and millions of dollars idea and come back to me on it. Laptops, right? You have a laptop that's this big, and this is my idea. I don't have the capital to go start a another tech company right now. But $20 million in prototype, you can go build yourself one of these. All right, you have a screen and a laptop, and it fits in a backpack, right? This is your backpack. The only screen that you can get to travel with is the size of that backpack, and it's bulky. So pretty much your laptop locks the size of your screen for multi-screens. However, in this day and age, why does nobody... So again, think of like a 2x1 backpack, right? This is, you know, your monitor is like 17 inches across. So let's just go ahead and say that your backpack's maybe like, I don't know, I'm going to make up a number, 15 inches this way, and maybe like 10 inches this way, okay? How come somebody doesn't invent an OLED screen or something that can roll up into a cylinder? Like, essentially, it's a screen that is, you can roll out. So basically, inside of your backpack, you store like a tube like this with your monitor in it. It has a tube and it has 2 sticks. That's it. Or 3 sticks. No, 4 sticks. And 2 feet. And a monitor. When you unroll it all out, you got 1 stick here with a foot. You have another stick here with a foot. You have a stick here for support, and you unroll your monitor, and now you have a big ass screen to travel with. Do they not have something like that out there yet? I've been saying for years, I'm going to invent a rollable screen that is the height of the backpack, but the width of the screen. So now you can get like, do the math here. You know, you can get a big screen monitor. They just made it. Somebody listen to me out there. This is what you need to take with you. I have hard second screens I put in. So I got like big fat, but imagine like just a little cylinder. You just shove it in your backpack and you unroll your screen. Boom. That's it. But you need a projector there, right? So spy every single time? Yeah. Spy every single time from here to here. I'm waiting for it. They did CS this year? Oh, that's great. Was today's trade good enough to pass a prop eval? Oh yeah, like today's trades were dynamite. Oh, the one that extends the screen upwards. I saw that one. I saw Linus on Jimmy Fallon was demonstrating that one. As cool as that is, I get worried about something like that because if you damage that computer, anything that's mobile, I've learned as somebody that travels and streams, I get worried about that because if you drop your backpack the wrong way, the little, you know, the might break. I get worried about that. But the mobile big screen would be the best way to go. Because what people don't think is in my laptop, if this is the size of the monitor turned on its side, then I can only get second monitors like the same size of the laptop to fit in the backpack. However, if instead of the height of your backpack being the length of your monitor, if the height of the backpack was the width of your monitor, then you get a monitor that's this big if it rolls up. So now you get a big screen to game with or a big screen to work with. But you have to assemble it. So you basically unroll it. You put a stick on this side and a stick on this side, and then 2 sticks in support so that it flattens out like that. They're like, everything's like magnetic or snaps into place or something. And you got a rigid, hard, big screen monitor. Ooh, I was like, man, I hope. But they have to make sure it's rigid. Nobody wants like a floppy little thing, right? You want it hard. Giggity. You passed 4 tops up this morning? There you go, baby. Ayo, let's go. The trading in this environment just sucks. Going back to MHP, like my question is, do I trade it again? Do I want to do this one more time? Do I want to do this a second time? I hate thinking that, or a third time, I hate thinking that magic strikes like multiple times. You know what I'm saying? Dare I? Do I do that? Send the video. Oh yeah, do it. So as soon as they invent that, I'll be the first person to buy it. I like to see, like, you know, because my laptop screen, I think it's like 15.7 or 7. I've got the big one. I think it's 17 inches, whatever, like this way. But imagine turning it this way, and then you have. So I bet you can easily get a 32-inch monitor, because I think 32 inches height is roughly the width of a laptop. So with the mobile screen idea, if you typically have a large gaming laptop, I don't know the dimension, I'm just kind of eyeballing it. This, I think, is like 17 inches, give or take, like the bigger screens. So this looks like it's roughly the width of my 32 inch that's over here. So with my idea, you can travel with a 32-inch monitor that's no bigger than an energy drink can. That just, and it's a protective, like hard plastic or hard cardboard tubing that just slides into your backpack. If you have like a nice travel backpack for computers, it just slides right in. Oh yeah, that's what she said. If we make 80K today, what? What are you gonna do about it? I'm just trying to make sure I get to pay out without going bust. What's 10 racks between friends? It's funny. Dustin said, Pat Whelan, I'm reading your comments. Is your watch once you're done trading for comic relief after stressful morning? His show is very entertaining. His new show is very entertaining. I don't get to see it because I'm streaming, but I do see the clips of it. It's pretty good. You switch to watch me next month. Like, oh, thanks. Well, help pass the word along, Dustin. Appreciate it. It depends on what you're in the mood for. Some people just want background noise while they trade. Some people want to hang out with the trading community that's a little more serious. It's all up to you and your personal taste. Like, if I wasn't streaming, I'd watch Pat or I'd watch Tracer Matt or somebody. You know, their shows are pretty good. It's very rare that I'm not streaming though. You like what I have? You pick us to follow at this point. All right, very nice. Thank you. I'm reading all the comments going. You guys picked the free eval. I got to be mean about it. I'm scrolling up. I missed some of these comments. Too busy trading. Do I favor Spire for QQQ with things like MHP? No, I don't. I typically go with whichever one. Okay, so here's what I do. I will trade. I do it this way. I want to trade NASDAQ as much as I can if the opportunity allows. So everything has to look good for NASDAQ for me to go. But if I have to choose between the two and they're both looking good, then NASDAQ I can if that is the one that's giving me the closer exit target. So the tiebreaker, if they're both looking good, like an example is NASDAQ is going to usually move a lot further. If I'm trying to get some beef on a trade, it's NASDAQ per contract. Now, again, I can leverage down an S&P to make it match, but like for like, one contract on NASDAQ will move farther than one contract on the S&P because they're not bound. One contract, NASDAQ has extreme amount of margin discrepancy relative to S&P on travel per tick size. So, or sorry, travel per contract. So, NASDAQ gives you a little more bang for your. Typically, the margins are higher for that particular reason. But for you and a discount broker, they both charge you $500 per contract. Then per $500, NASDAQ is going to get you more run or more percent gain for every $500 you spend. So if you can, NASDAQ gives you more run. It also gives you more drawdown. In certain environments, the S&P is more favorable. Most of my trades today were in S&P. High volatile and S&P looked better. S&P has a better resilience. S&P was the obvious choice to hit. I'm trading like 3 or 4 contracts a pop each time I went up. I think I only did 2 on the one on the screen here. But I was trading, I think on this screen I was trading NASDAQ if I'm not mistaken. So NASDAQ, I was trying to trade like 1 to 2. S&P like 3 to 4. Put the rocket scooter logo on the back. Oh yeah. Sash will say, it feels like they kind of threw in the towel with OLED in consumer markets. Then again, I wouldn't know. I have an OLED screen. Of all my 6 screens, I got one OLED just to check it out. And I'm going to say I love it and I hate it at the same time. I hate, like my old screens, these like LCD screens that I've had used forever. They're great. They're not the blackest blacks or the reddest reds. I don't give a shit. The OLED is nightmarishly annoying for as good as it gets. I don't even use the HDR function. It's too much. Like I was playing Call of Duty once I first popped it out. Now it's 360 refresh rate. I love that. Like I move my mouse on the screen in a circle. Oh, it's beautiful to see 360 hertz. And you can't beat that at all. But other than that, and the response time being very quick, it goes into like this auto pixel cleaning cycle once a day that you can't change. And it's weird because it doesn't give you this one, the MSI that I bought, and I did some research, and your screens are made by 2 companies, either Sony or LG, are the only 2 people that make OLED screens. So it doesn't matter what the brand is of your screen at the bottom. You have an Acer, Asus, or MSI. If it's an OLED, it's made by Sony or it's made by LG, and you got to figure out which one makes which one. So your quantum dot is the Sony. If you see like if it's a QD OLED, then you got a Sony screen. And the Sony screen, which is what I wanted because I wanted QD to try it out. My other one over here is a WOLED. So I've got the WOLED here, and this one was made by LG, and I got a WOLED here, which is made by Sony. And the one made by Sony, at least the MSI interface, there's no way to cancel. When it goes into that cleaning cycle, whatever it needs to do to clean the pixels, I have no idea how that happens. But my old screens, I never turn them off. They stay on 24/7. They've stayed on 24/7 since I got them in like 2019. And there's no burn in, there's no damage. These screens never turn off. But the OLED's got to turn off once a day to like clean itself. I don't fucking know. Did I say Samsung, not Sony? I thought it was Sony. Why do I keep saying Samsung? I always get it backwards. I thought it's Samsung. I always get the 2 of those confused. I thought it was Sony. Is it Samsung? Or is it Samsung? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Samsung. Yeah, my bad. I keep saying. I still have fog brain from the flu. Samsung. So all the other companies basically like the monitors are one of those 2 technologies these days. So the pixel cleaning, I don't know what it does, but there's a screen that pops up. You guys can't see it, but it's like screen needs to go into cleaning mode. Repair the pixel, blah, blah, blah. And there's a check mark. There's 2 boxes. One says execute, one says cancel. And you can't go to cancel it. It's disabled. So I'm like researching online, how can I hack into the hardware of my monitor to allow, why would they have a cancel button and then refuse to let you cancel it? It's so weird. So when it decides it's time to clean, you don't get a choice. And then if you can't, and then after 5 minutes, it just goes through the cycle. And you can't time and say clean at midnight, which is the dumbest thing ever. Like MSI, you are the dumbest fucking company by not letting me program when the daily cleaning cycle happens. I get 2 options. I can choose auto, which who knows what that means. And then I could choose 16 hours, which means every 16 hours it does it. Do the math there. If I'm using, so I think it's like 16 hours after you stop using the monitor, then it'll clean. But what does that make sense if you work from 8 until 5 and then 16 hours away from 5? You see where I'm going with this? Is 8 o'clock the next morning. So after, like when I was doing this on the stream, you guys notice every other stream in the morning, right when the stream would start, my monitor would go on and I'd talk about, I'm like, what's going on? Why do you pick 16 hours? Why not 8? If you force something onto someone, why not 8? So it fucking does it while they're sleeping. What are these engineers thinking? 16 hours is good. People don't use their monitor for work every day. Let's just make sure that every other day. You think I'm saying, like, after they're done using it, 16 hours, it's the start of your next work day. And then it cleans, and then 16 hours after that is the start of your next work day. So it's like if you work till 5 every morning, it's going to force that cycle. So I found out that internally it does it after, if you set auto, then it will do it some period of time after your computer goes to sleep. And now you have to set your computer to go to sleep, which I never did either because everything's set to low. Like I don't like my computer to sleep and wake up. I'm not running a lot of whenever I'm not using it anyways. But either case, set my computer to sleep. Then when it is sleeping, then it supposedly cleans while it's sleeping. So I have not had it interrupt stream yet since I changed that. But what a weird thing. Can I schedule? What could it be? Could you have thought like schedule your pixel cleaning with your Quantum Dot OLED at 12:30 in the morning? You know what I'm saying? Goofy stuff. Goofy stuff. That's a lot of talk about a screen. I mean, right now we're waiting for trade to play out. So see if I can get set up here. Question is, do I want to trade from here? One more time at MHP. All data looking good. Things looking solid. Should I take a tap on a long? I don't hate it. But man, we've already touched. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go ahead and avoid this one today. We've already touched TD band on NASDAQ. I'm okay with 40K. I'm not going to lie. We've already gotten close to it. Okay, so today's setup's pretty simple. I'm just going to explain it to you. This was literally a 40K day for me. This was great. I've been waiting. I didn't do a lot of trading last week. I've been kind of waiting for the good stuff to pop. Liquidity map is showing me pressures from here. So from here to there is the trade. This morning, some of my accounts, I took a small contract gamble long on the news. I don't normally recommend doing that, but I was going to do, if I was going to take drawdown on them, I was going to hit it hard at lower TD with all my other contracts. And that would have been a 100K day. Had the market dipped on the news, I would have made 100K today. So right here, this guy, because I would have hit it with every account at the bottom. But luckily, I got just a big bump on 5 accounts. Okay, so here, I long from here to there. I long from there to there. This is the upper limit of where I normally want to trade. So the question is, did I want to long from here? All signs say I should. I feel like I'm over trading if I do. There's no reason for me not to. Everything is still going up today. I had people that shorted, that exited here. You're a smart person, whoever said that. I don't disagree. All signs pointing up. NASDAQ's the only one that's looking bad. So here, liquidity map on rocket scooters showing the flow direction. The flow direction is from here to here. This indicator right here, resilience, as long as this white line is greater than 0, then this move to fill the gap is there. Do I want to trade this volatility one more time? Am I being crazy? God, nothing about this looks good. These hourly wicks are just scary. Not in every single time trade, but a mode 2 resilience trade. So when you're outside of the box and res is greater than 0, you long to next resistance, which is what I did. I long to there, and while I do hold to go through there almost every single time, normally I'll trim if I have another resistance in the way. And the idea that NASDAQ hit its DD band right there, it was like, okay, I'm just going to take profit instead of hold for the S&P to make the move. But yeah, for here, I could see that going to there today. I really can. The question is, I don't know if I want to take it. You ever trade YM? I should. I don't. Just because I don't have enough screen real estate. YM is usually good to look at if you're trying to find a good opportunity, right? And S&P and NASDAQ doesn't have one. YM is a good alternative. YM will move up when the S&P moves up. They're kind of correlating similarly. Dustin got a 5901 for your next wave touch. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you guys, thanks for tuning in to the stream. We're the best to ever do it on YouTube. Hey, I'm going to tell you something. You can go tell every streamer you know. I'm better than everyone who's on YouTube. Not even everyone. I'm better than any 3 of them put together. This is not even close to being competitive. I told people, like, I call the top, I call the bottoms, I do this kind of stuff. I sit out, then I strike. And some people come in here that, like, for the first time in the stream are like, I don't see you making any trades. I'm like, I'm waiting. I don't trade when market's volatile. I don't trade when there's a catalyst. Oh, I wait. I save all my money, then I go make it when I need to. So let me tell you what we did. Here's some enormous feats of strength you guys saw. Right here, right on this day on Fed day, I called a market crash right there because we had a catalyst active, broke MHP, VIX broke a risk interval, all that stuff. And as the market's collapsing today, and I avoided all of that. I avoided this catalyst that was active, and I avoided this catalyst that was active. So all 3 of these days, oh, and this one too. I didn't trade any of these days. I have indicators that tell me markets are collapsing. So part of it is that you guys will notice the one thing you see that I do that no one else does. I even tweeted to make fun of people here. I said, my feed was halfway full of people winning and halfway full of people blowing up. And I sat out. He said there's power in sitting out. And I had a great day yesterday, great day today. See, I wait and I strike when it matters. Wouldn't it be great for you guys to just know when that's applicable, right? That's what we teach. I sit out this day, I sit out this day. When a crash is happening, and our Discord is all lit up, everybody knows. Nobody is behind. We have special indicators that allow us to know there's a crash happening. And it's the best back pocket. It's worth the subscription alone to have tools in your pocket that tell you that the market's irrational. So hopefully you guys like that. And we stream, and I stream and try to show you when I'm sitting out. There are people that when I tweet that are like, when Matt speaks, listen, because they know what Rocket Scooter does. And a lot of people call me or text me that are big influencers. Are like, hey, are your indicators going off today? And I'm like, yeah. They do their own service, so they don't use our stuff as much, but they certainly rely on at least my judgment call as part of their analysis. A lot of my friends call me all the time. Big crazy days. Hey, is this one of those days? They know that we have the risk interval. They know how powerful that is. They know that we have the catalyst detector. They know how powerful that is. So when markets are falling out, and it's just because there's something special about that structure point of the market. Sitting out is what sets me apart from gurus. You're the first trader online that has real discipline, real rules to sit out. And I get heckled and stream a little bit by the newbies that walk in. Well, why aren't you trading? And it's like, well, because I pay my bills. I have a fancy Italian sports car. I got a big fucking house. I got all the treats you can ever want. They come out and weigh bottles of Cristal when I go to dinner. Yeah, I get all the stuff. I get all the perks of life. And I don't see me Instagram that shit, but I do. And how do I afford to do that? By sitting out when I need to. That's really the magic. Sit out. My next time I go to a club and I get bottle service, I'm gonna be like, sitting out is $1 million idea, and I'm gonna take a picture of it and send it to you guys. Sit out, baby. That's it. If you have discipline to sit out when some of your strategies don't apply, my strategies that are good apply within a certain amount of boundary conditions, right? I need certain things to line up, and if they don't line up, I don't play. It's like it's card counting. It's like if I go to Vegas, I would count cards while I play blackjack if I could. That's what it's doing. The odds are low, and just sit out. When I'm in an active trade, you're looking at points versus actual dollar value. Yeah. You've gotten used to looking at dollar value. I wonder if it affects me. Psycho Killer speaking. Better. So what you have to do is when you set your risk and reward, it's not dollar. Dollar amount is meaningless. Now again, it's a hard transition to make. You're not trading to make X amount of dollars. The only people that make you make X amount of dollars are trader funding programs. And that's really where it mixes up what you're actually trying to do. Because you have drawdown of a fixed limit of dollars, and a certain dollar is your stop, and you have to make a certain amount of dollars, which makes you focus on the money portion. No real trader focuses on the amount of money they make. They focus on where's my support, where's my resistance, and then how much am I willing to lose? And then the money part just comes into how big you're going to bet. And so that's up to you to determine how much money you have and you're willing to lose. So if I was going to trade it's not, I'm going to make $50,000 today. It's, I'm going to trade from here to here. This is on QQQ, 2.5 points, which is 100 points in NASDAQ futures. I'm going to make 100 if I'm right on that trade. And so, okay, I want it to be at least 2 to 1, or my minimum stop is 40 points, or my maximum stop is 40 points. So let's just use the maximum. I can always go less, but 40 on that makes it a 2.5 to 1 trade. Okay, great. That's worth taking. So already I have my risk management set. So if I were to long here and I just hit my stop, okay. Now of course I'm in no trades right now, but I know, okay, I'm gonna make a 2.5, 1 to trade. Okay, good. Then I go, what is my probability of that trade actually happening? Let's line up all my indicators. Well, NASDAQ's looking bad. S&P's looking good. So NASDAQ's likely to fill its gap to here. So the probability is probably higher that it's going to happen. So I'm a little less confident. This ratio is good, which means we're likely going to bounce right there. Okay, that's good. All right, so my indicators, are we irrational? No, not yet. Nothing crazy, no catalyst. Okay, MHP break, yeah, that is bad. So I had two things that are bad against me. So my confidence is even lower. My normal trade is a scale I set. So my normal trade is 10 contracts. And I have a scale that I do. So I use the letter N for normal. If I have one reason in a long trade that I'm against, then I immediately go to what I call my medium, which is cutting it in half. If I have two things that scare me, I go to my small, which is 1 to 2. So a lot of times on stream, you see me trading 1 to 2. Very rarely do you see me hitting it with a full 10. So I scale my trades down based on lack of confidence. Today, all my trades were either 1 to 2 or 3 to 4. So I actually have a physical scale. And the reason I make this scale is because I designed this. What normal is on your normal stop loss, so mine's 40 ticks, right? Or 40 points with 10 contracts is my normal. Normal is something you define. If you take a loss of your normal at your maximum stop, how much money is that? Well, one contract, 40 points in NASDAQ is $800, okay? This might sound crazy to you, but 800 times 10 is 8,000. That's my normal. Plus or minus $8,000 of risk per account. That's normal for me. That's my biggest trade I do. So I'll take $8,000 worth of risk. And how I define that is because what I do is I take how much I lose in a day as my normal. Then I multiply that by 5. I say I have a terrible week and I lose 5 days in a row. If I lose that much at the end of a week, do I feel like I got kicked in the stomach? Am I so fucked up in the head that I can't even sleep? No, this isn't my real account, by the way. Now, in trader funding programs, I scale it slightly different. This is my real trading account. So these rules are what I come up with for my real trading. In trader funding programs, I got to scale it to match the condition of the account, if that makes sense. So like I'm not trading. You don't ever see me doing 10 contracts in a trader funding programs account whatsoever. I normally maximize my trade to be about 3 or 4 as my quote unquote normal. So you'll see me roughly trading per account 1 to 4 contracts for the most part because they have tighter drawdown limits. Does that make sense? In my real account, I allow myself to lose $8,000 a day times 5 is 40. So I define my normal as 10 contracts with NASDAQ for that particular reason. So remember, every 10 points is $200. Right? So that's $800 a contract times 10 is 8,000. So the way you define it is if you have 5 losing days in a row of X amount, how much can you lose at the end of the week where you don't feel like killing yourself? You don't feel like your life is over. If I lose $40,000 in a week, I go, okay, on to the next week. If I make $40,000 in a week, I don't go, oh my God, I'm rich. It's a number that is comfortable for me in both directions. And you define it yourself. Whatever your trading account is, if you have $1,000 in your life to spare, your normal is likely going to be $50, $100. You don't want to lose it all in a single week. Granted, you lose 5 days in a row. So the normal is defined by you and your comfort level. And I always tell people, if you have 5 losing days in a row and you still feel okay at the end of it, that's a great normal. Because you might have a bad week, but you don't want to have your bad week so bad that it carries into the next week. And you're fucked up a little bit. Does this make sense? Yes, the most to go in stop loss on a single trade that doesn't have a second entry is roughly 10 points. If I have a second entry that's 10 points away from my first entry, which within the range of the stop loss, I'll give the first trade 20 points at half the value. So it's the same amount of monetary loss. Example on that is I have two longs near each other. Like an example of S&P. Let's use Qiqi's example. I want a long here and have another entry right here. My normal long would normally have a stop close to there, but I have a second long entry nearby. So let's pretend that this distance is actually 10, even though it's not. So we're going to long with the 10-point stop, but at 10-point stop, there's a second long entry. Then what I do is I give 10 points off the second one, so the first one has 20 points of loss. Then I just do half the normal size. If I was going to do if I was going to do 4 contracts here without a second entry, and there's a second entry nearby, instead I divide that trade up. I do 2 here, because 2 at 20 is the same as 4 at 10. You get it? They're both $400. So I make this position smaller, so I have less gain in case it goes, but I have more maneuverability in case it dips. So then at the second spot, I'll hit my second trade slightly harder, sometimes 4. My original entry was wanting to be 4. This is the stronger position. I'd hit that with 4. And so now I have an entry of 6 with a stop right here. And so I basically redesign my risk that way. Dollar cost, let me tell you, dollar cost averaging is one of the 3 secrets to making money in a real trading account. Nobody gets it right on their first trade, but knowing where your limit is where the market flips bearish is the trick, and having multiple entries in the same area is the trick. Today, a long from there didn't play out, but a long from there played out, longing to next resistance. If I were to long there and it didn't play out, I would have done the same trade there, double down in that, close out all of it there. I would have taken this move and actually won a trade. That's it. All right, 15 minutes of the ETF giveaway. Don't forget, everybody, you have to be here. If you don't type in the code word, if your name is drawn, you will not get your prize. And we'll roll it over into the next week. So you have to be here at 11:15 every morning. We do the giveaway. We give the giveaway out. We'll draw your name. Today's code word is pickle. I'm going to type it just so nobody knows. When I say what's the code word, you're going to say pickle. When I draw your name, I will say what is the code word. Only when I draw your name. If you weren't in the stream, you forfeit your prize. The only trade indices, yep, I only trade indices these days. So whenever I draw a name, I will message you in Discord and say, what was the code word? And you go, I wasn't there. I'll be like, well, we're going to start rewarding participation on the stream. Okay, so today's setup pretty good. As far as risk management goes, so let me tell my guy about this. I'm 40 position sizing rules. Position sizing rules. Okay. All right. So this is really good setups today. This volatility in this market is just still really high. When markets are volatile, I'm never trading for direction. I'm in one trade to one direction. I'm out to at one resistance. You got it? I trade to something and call it. We're still in a very, very weird spot. So in futures, let's take a look at the VIX. Show you guys where we are. We roll into a new VIX contract tomorrow. Let's double check this. VX. Sorry, I always get this. No D. F is January, I think. G is February. So we're in slight bit of contango, which is good. Stabilization. You're gonna have a triple B roughly right here. So basically tomorrow, we're gonna know if we're in for another month. That's the crazy part about tomorrow. The forward curve is relatively flat, which means that we're gonna have 1887 also somewhat flat-ish. So what that means is, I'll tell you, whenever you have a very strong amount of contango, Strong amount of contango in the market, like a high distance. It's going to take days, maybe whatever, a week to finally test to see. The test of this dark line right here is what you look for. So tonight we're going to have another one that's literally right on par. We're going to open slightly above. And if the market falls through it, then we've got a bullish month ahead of us, which is good. If the market hits it and bounces, we got a bearish month. So the neat thing is just like this month, the test came within a day, okay? And the market's maintained its crazy vol. So when you're above this line, markets are volatile, you overshoot pivots, the market V's up and down, left and right. So we teach you that. And that's why, like, I sit down under certain conditions. I could tell you all day long that the market's going to trade like this because I'm a fucking wizard. And so on Twitter, I said the same thing the other night. And people come in and argue with me in Twitter and stuff. And I know they don't know what they're talking about. But I do. And I say the following. I give you guys really good warning signs. I go, this will be the craziest, choppiest news week in years. It will be. We have never had VVIX above 110, and the VIX and contango where it is, and VIX above triple B, and everything lining up, and losing greater market bear signal, right? DD ratio less than half, things like that. None of that's all lined up like that in years. It's the first time since 2022 it's lined up. This will be the craziest, choppiest news week in years. PPI, CPI, retail sales, housing starts, all coming out. And I say these things, right? Market is so sensitive to news right now. All right, everybody that's come through our courses in chat, I want you to type, why is the market sensitive to news? Which indicator tells you that? We have an indicator that tells you the market's going to be sensitive to news and choppy. Literally an indicator. We have actually two parts to it. Where did that piece of paper go? My dog's going to eat it. Which one is it? Hold on. There you go. Yeah. VIX triple B, big VIX greater than 100. Market's going to be sensitive to news. Everything I say translates to math. I don't just run my gums. The market is sensitive to news right now. With an elevated VIX and the forward curve is flattening, that's also showing signs of sensitivity. When you don't have pre-built contango like you do in a bull market, the market's rolling into possible backwardation, which usually underestimates the volatility you have, which can cause an overshoot, which can cause a crash. So it doesn't mean that contango and correlate and backwardation predict the type of market. It does predict the projection of sensitivity. So high VVIX does not help things either. Trade carefully. And somebody said, I doubt that it'll be the choppiest in years. But that's wrong. It has been, and it's exactly like that. Have you seen markets trade up and down like this much? Have you in your tenure of trading in the last 2 or 3 years, have you seen days that do this? You haven't seen days like this. The market isn't crashing. The market is not collapsing. It's choppy. And the Nasdaq is moving up and down 100, 150, 150, 200 points. Chop, 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 chop. We teach you how to see that. And this day, remember yesterday, chop, 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 chop. The market is not rewarding direction traders. And so we know that at Rocket Scooter, and I can tell you exactly that thing. I'm in no active positions right now. Market's looking pretty bad. The one setup we do have, which is TD band at the bottom, is always a long entry from here to here. Might be something I might take. We'll see. All right, enter the contest. Click the link that the bot's posting about. Click that link. Go to the contest. Click the button to enter. Yeah, DD float trade, but not float. Remember, when markets are sensitive and choppy and volatile, I don't ever float. I don't ever get into the trade early. Remember, I always tell people, I let it touch. Volatile markets mean it's going to span a range. It's going to hit the pivot. So float in a good bull market, it usually can pivot before it gets there. Overshoot and let it recover. You're so smart. You nailed it. In volatile markets, I let it overshoot and just wait and then come. I will miss this and miss this to not be in this. Okay. So what I do is I let it squeeze and then do all this. And then I sit there and everybody's like, oh my God, the market's shorting and yada, yada. And then it comes right back to here. I wait. And then right here, I long. In volatile markets, let your pivots overshoot a little bit. Let them hit. Let them, because in volatile markets reward you with that. It's likely to go the distance. We're going the distance. Down, 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 down. We're going for speed. Yeah, I was a 90s kid. Fight me. You remember that song? So I let it go. I let it go the distance. Cake. It's like, that was like a freaking junior high when that song came out. Most songs in the 90s were joke songs though, you know what I'm saying? Like the Butthole Surfers, they came out that song Pepper. They just come up with goofy songs that don't make any sense. And then it's like everyone loves it. It's a breakout hit. Song 2 by Blur. You guys know Blur. They eventually became what the Gorillaz. I think that was Blur, right? They had like a 1.5 minute song that became like the most popular song of the year. And then they wrote their Clint Eastwood song on a little Walmart keyboard that had like a pre-recorded beat on it. They didn't even write the music. They just pushed play on this little plastic keyboard and it had the beat on it. The Gorillaz. Oh yeah. That was I really was a big fan. And they had some clean hits. So yeah. People don't know that Blur, you know, song 2 with Blur, right? That Blur was the Gorillaz. That was his other project. Everybody remembers song 2. Ding ding ticka ding 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 ticka ding 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 ticka ding 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 ticka ding ding. Woohoo! Oh man, my falsetto voice is dead because I got the flu. When I feel heavy metal, woohoo! And I'm pins and I'm needles. Okay, so today's setup. BSD on the downside, any break of hedge pressure does have movement all the way next resistance. Next resistance is going to be DD band at the bottom, wherever it ends up being. It's pretty close to here, so this is some downside move on hedge break. Resiliences are less than 0, which means this is now resistance for the day. If this does flip up here, then we get pressure to go there. So if resilience ever goes greater than 0, I'm going to watch it all day. I'm back to trying to long this somewhere. Impact line at 2866. Let's double check. Oh yeah, we do have some red line, don't we? And I'm never sure if I need ya, 'cause I need ya. You know, I play guitar, right? I don't know if you guys knew, in high school, in college, I was in a metal band. They still play to this day, even though I quit in college to pursue my dreams to become a chemical engineer. A nerdy guy with a day job. Instead of being a rock star, I'm a metal singer. I still, from time to time, shock IDOC while we're in the car. I'll play some metal and I'll just be like, rah! Like, you know, yelling and screaming and stuff. It should be like, it's like, I forgot you can do that. I was like, that's all right, I can do that. That band's name is now Korn. All right, still waiting. I don't think market's crashing today, but I'd like to get a lower entry on the long side here. and let you know the kind of stuff. When we first started out as a Pantera cover band, I would sing Pantera stuff. So that's like I don't have the vocal range of Phil Anselmo, but I'm pretty close. That guy can sing though. He's so talented. But we would play Pantera stuff. Do my indicators work on TradingView? They do not. They are only available inside of our platform. But we used to play like all kind of stuff. They used to make fun of me. Okay, so here, let's my guys used to make fun of me all the time because of the way I dressed. So at the time in high school, I had a job working at Express. So basically it was called, there's a store called Structure, if you guys remember, in the like late 90s. It's now called Express for Men, like, you know, Express, right? At the mall. You know, Express has a men and women's side, but the men's side used to be called Structure. And so I used to work at that store. And I worked at that store because at the time I was going to a church. And the church I went to, you had to wear dress clothes. And I didn't have dress clothes. I was a poor kid. So I'd work, I'm gonna quickly get a job at some store at the mall and get like a discount and like buy up suits. So they have like 50% off sales for like dress shirts and suits and whatever. It had just become Express for Men. And I was like, I stocked up on some suits and some ties and some shirts. And then I quit and then went and delivered pizzas for the rest of college. But I accumulated so I literally worked just to buy suits, just to quit. So that was my hack, because, you know, somebody told you once, in church you had to wear a suit, but like, you know, someone told you once every man should have, you know, a black suit, a brown suit, navy blue suit, and maybe a tan suit. And you just need like a light blue shirt, a white shirt, or 2 light blue shirts, maybe a couple white shirts. And that's it, black shoes and brown shoes. And you can make like 800 million fucking combinations of outfits. As a man, you always need to look your sharpest. When you get called to a business meeting or called to something or called to a funeral, doesn't matter. You go in your closet and you've got like this much clothes on the rack and you've got like 80 different outfits with that. That's great. And so I was like, all right, let me stock up on some suits. And I got like a black suit, a blue suit, and the tan suit. Like I got everything. They had jackets and at the time back in the day. And I did that. Structure clothing. Yeah, like Structure was cool. Like everybody at the time was wearing like Tommy Hilfiger and Abercrombie was huge. But Structure was like, I thought was cooler. I had like a cooler look to it. Structure's from your days and I'm Gen X. How old do y'all think that I am? By the way, I might not look that old. I'm millennial, but I'm like the first millennial, bro. I'm like millennial patient 0. 53 PJ. Really? 53? Jesus Christ, I must look a lot. I haven't gotten my Botox in like almost a year. I'm actually behind on my Botox, so maybe my crow's feet are showing more, but just because you asked. All right, so you guys, I'm in my 40s, that's for sure. So I'm old enough. Some of you guys actually know, though. That's why y'all are very close. I'm not going to dox my age, but it's in the lower end of 40s, and most of you are getting it right. Some of you are getting it right. I just tell you, years of face creams and doing yoga and Botox keep me young. Not trading every fucking day keeps you young. Let me tell you something. There's something great about the market crashing and not being involved in it. How many days I used to trade when markets would crash? I'd be in the trade and markets falling and I'm like, oh God, oh my life, I'm having a panic attack. I gotta go outside. And then you go outside, you come back, you're like, oh my God, it's worse. What do I do? You know how many days I avoid that with my awesome set out rolls of rocket scooter? You guys never see me sweating on this stream. That's the best part. How long have you, juices and berries, I do fucking magic crystals, everything. How many times have you seen me on this trade sweating a trade? Every single trade I make, even if it's a loss, I'm like cool as a cucumber. Isn't that right? There's an art form to being at that level as a trader. That's where you want to be. Because like I tell you, I have my risk defined. I know how much I'm going to lose. If I lose 2,000, lose 1,000, it's like I already was planning on it and it wasn't a big deal. You'll never see me on stream sweating a trade. Not once, right? I don't ever operate outside of my boundaries that much. Today I did with betting on the news. However, my goal is very simple. I've got 20 accounts to play with. Let me long on 5 with 2 contracts. And if they bust, I'm going to lose like 3 or 4 grand. I'm cool with that. But if we hit lower DD band, I got 15 accounts to play in the daytime session. And boy, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars of gain if that bottoms out. Lucky for me, the 2 contracts on the 5 accounts went right to DD band and I closed out. That was $4,000 a pop. So it's like, okay, I planned that. I knew I was going to lose this much. I knew I could gain that much. What I wanted to do was lose that much and start the day off here. But when we started the day off here, it was a little bit harder to trade. Either case, like everything I do, you don't ever see me sweating out. You don't ever see me in a trade where market's crashing and I don't know what the fuck's going on, right? Every time. Giveaway. Let's go. Giveaway is now done. Everything I do is within plan. And if the market is outside of the boundaries of my plan, because you can't plan everything, there will be a point where the market is just outside of the boundaries of your plan. You know what you do? Just close out. Doesn't make any sense. All right, today's winner. Frank Underwood, Ice Wild, and Snest are the winners today. Oh, wow. All Rocket Scooter members, believe it or not. Good job. So those of you that entered, very nice. 2 of those guys are lifers. Congrats. Congrats, you two. Y'all are all 3 of y'all here. Ice Wild won 2 times ago. Bro, you are literate. Let me show you guys. Y'all can go to the channel and see the giveaway. You won twice. Oh, we do have a pickle emoji, don't we? All right, so the question is, do I want to long up? We reclaim MHP here. Good job, Shane. Shane is here. Yep, Shane is here. Ice Wild definitely here. Frank, are you here? Frank's here like every day, so I'm sure he's here somewhere. Frank isn't here. I'm going to give his account away next time. So next time, we'll have 4 accounts to give away. Good job, you guys. We do giveaways every single Friday, so we'll do one again on Friday. This one's just last Friday's. I was late because I was sick. But every Friday we give away 3 accounts. I'm going to beg them to see if we can get more giveaways more often. You might like that. All right. Analyzing today's setup. I don't know if I see anything I like just from here yet. One of the better setups. Arch DMD. Okay, cool. One of the best setups we do have is when this ratio is greater than half. This is a great long entry. So if the market decides to crash out today, the S&P is going to be, if it recovers DD, I'm going to long from here. Okay, you guys know the rule. I'm going to let it pull back. We broke an MHP. Resilience is negative. Market's still trying to sell, right? Now, however, you guys have seen the monthly maps. The monthly maps have shown you a clean market, haven't they? Monthly maps don't lie. Let's let people still think this bear market is here. The monthly maps only have a really bad week to flush. And then after that, the week after, you'll see this. After Trump comes in office, the market is stable again. Do you guys see this? We've got about 1 more week left of the bear market. I'm excited. Structure is there. You can't argue with that. Market's going to likely bottom this week unless the news collapses things again. So we got 3 days of bull liquidation. Starting next week, you got a nice, clean, stable, volatile free market. So my bet is that we walk into this new contract in VIX. We break through triple B after a day or two. Maybe we pop above it and then close below it. Within a week, we can be back to a bull market. Doesn't mean we are there yet, but we can. So projection, remember this changes every day, but the projection right now is we have about 1 more week of bad. It's where market's slightly stable again. Now, this little bear resistance that's here in S&P is certainly here to stay. The week out till the end of January, as you have illiquidity pockets and big chunks of volatility, it means volatility is still there to stay. When you have space between bull and bear zone is volatile. When you have bear zone above bull zone, that's a lot of volatility. The volatility disappears around February's triple B. So it comes down to we still have about a month of possible volatility. So the market could flush really hard. Don't think that I'm saying that the market's stable from here. The market could flush very hard over this week alone, and it could take until next week to find a bottom or something. So yeah. Yeah, so Dominic, they won eval accounts with Elite Trader funding. So it's like a couple $100 worth of value to give away those accounts. So with the trader funding program. Probabilities as far as touching top and bottom median. It's not the probabilities of touching bottom and top. We have probabilities of closing above, closing below. Now remember, tomorrow's CPA. Tomorrow's a big day in the news. So let's analyze the news really quick while we're here. And I'm going to wait for that lower DD band to take another entry. Somebody added up and said the total was 38,000 today. There you go. That's just good. All right. So here, 3.5% on this PPI. We're just building into the front end price of things. Prices are slightly going up. Now, remember, over the course of time, like at least on a 5-year term, excluding COVID, this is high. This PPI is very high. Going all the way back to 2012, this is very high. You can see the stats right here. 4% on the front end. This is from the producer side of things. It's very high on the producer end. Now, whatever's causing that, I'm not an economist, but I'm going to tell you, this is high. The market doesn't like that. Which the down end side of things and the core side of things is excluding food and energy. There was no change on the month over month. But you can see that it's been slightly kind of like high, right? Over the big course of this, you know, there's nothing extraordinary about the growth rate. It's pretty common. We've had a bull market with the same numbers, but the year over year is really kind of what you want to look at, is what we talk about, the PPI, not the core. So the other one was core. This is the PPI itself is moving up high. 3.3 in general. It didn't beat the forecast, which is why the market kind of bumped a little bit, which is actually seen as good. But again, it hasn't been this high since QE3 level market back in 2011. So it's really, really high relative, and it's been growing. So the question is that going to continue to grow? Where everything else, labor market's good. You know, non-farms were good. I mean, it's not like it's like 8% or 10%. It's not like it's ridiculous percent. It's just slowly growing. And it's weird that the discomfort is here in Wall Street. Like there's some kind of bubble that's in, you know, I don't know. One of the bigger problems that you guys will notice, which actually comes out this week, which you haven't really thought of, is the quality of the housing starts. The housing start is going to be a big catalyst because the housing market is actually doing really poorly right now. And certain companies like Horton Homes are posting like their biggest quarterly loss ever in this environment. So what's happening with houses, the housing market is in crisis again, or beginning a crisis. A bunch of things happened. Builders started building a rapid amount during 2020. There's a shortage, but there was a demand for houses because the interest rate was so low. And basically a bunch of people got fired or laid off because of COVID, but they had all this money. And they realized you can lock in your house at 2 point whatever %. And people were like, holy crap, I'm going to get a house now. That's amazing. So everybody went and rushed and bought houses. The demand for that made house prices go up. And then we ran out of materials because there was no shipping lanes in COVID. And therefore the price of materials went up. And therefore the price of houses went up. The price of houses went up double. People were clamoring to get more wages, you know, or clamoring to buy houses. And then, of course, their wages would go up because basically during COVID, nobody wanted to go back to work. It was unsafe, according to some people. And the people that did go back to work, the demand for labor is there. Business had to pay all these crazy salaries. Prices of stuff were going up. People had to pay their employees a lot of money just to get them to come back, to bribe them to come back to work, because companies need to get back to going again. And COVID created the inflation that we have. There's no mechanical reason inside of our economy that caused this. It was firing people and then demanding they come back to work when there was a pandemic. And I've had COVID 3 times, so I'm allowed to do that. The idea that people were getting paid twice their salary and houses were twice as much. And then I'm like, that's a problem. It's going to last for a decade. That doesn't go away. The Fed has no control over that, and that caused the initial inflation. So what happened now is all these builders were like, holy shit, houses are double the price. Let's keep building. Well, there's no available materials. I don't care. Pay double. Build houses. They build and they build, they build, they build. Everyone gets into the rental business because you can buy a house and no % interest, and everybody goes to the Airbnb thing, and Airbnb flies through the fucking roof. Then all of a sudden, cities are cracking down. You can't do Airbnb in some cities anymore. And now people that went to Airbnb business are now selling those houses either for profit, because in this world right now, money doesn't stretch as far and people need money. So everyone's out of savings because they lived on credit during COVID. They spent all their money on a house or something, and now they're upside down. Now the labor market is very competitive. Now there's a hiring spree. And because of that hiring spree, wages are coming down. You can see that in the reports as well. And because wages are coming down, people can't afford the expensive shit we have right now because of inflation. And people can't afford the expensive shit we have right now. And the Airbnb floods of used houses going back to the market, or resales going to the market, new houses that were bought at a built at a premium are going to have a very hard time selling. And therefore builders aren't going to build new houses anymore. And that's why I went through this whole spiel, because of all of that turmoil. Housing starts have been negative 3 months in a row, which means the change in number of new constructions underway. Construction of new houses is drying up because people, don't have any more money since COVID. They've spent all their money. People upside in a house are trying to get out of their house. There's a flood of new builds that nobody wants to buy because the interest rate is higher relative, and people are absolutely stupid thinking it's going to come back down. Let me wait, because 6 or 7% is high. I'm going to tell you the interest rate on a house, if a bull market continues, will be closer to 10% in the next 3 or 4 years. This is the low of interest rates. Mortgage rates are not going down unless the demand for houses go down, which you hope will happen. If we're in a bear market, the demand for houses will go down accordingly. Therefore, mortgage rates will come down. If this market crashes for a year or two, your interest rate will go back down to 3%. If the market stays here and continues to rally, mortgage rates will be 10 to 15% over the next decade, and houses will have an even harder time selling, and we will enter another housing crisis where banks are not going to be able to get people to buy houses, and therefore the builders, there's going to be a problem with houses. Okay, it's not going to be like subprime things, but in a nice strong bull market, hell, the banks may go back in the subprime lending routine because there's an abundance of dirt cheap houses, really low interest. The risk is low, so we may start a new housing bubble in 5 or 10 years. In 20 years, it might pop. You never know. But either case, housing start is one thing that's showing you what's going on in the housing market. I just bought a very expensive house. That's how I know that. Interest rates are they're manageable. They're high, but they're not high relative to what they've been before. But that's where we are now. So housing start is a big part. People are worried. Now, the housing thing is a longer term thing, but you can see that it's a reflection of the banks. People don't have spare money laying around to buy a house. Houses are too expensive. Interest rates are slightly high, and it's showing the state of what's happening with people. So you put it all together. If people aren't buying these new houses and it's making prices crash, these builders have really negative quarters, it means that people are stretched really far on their dollar. It means inflation's really hitting home hard if the housing market's not picking up steam. You guys get it? And that's the problem. It's a reflection of the risk. And now here's the thing. We are in a hiring spree. The other side of the coin is that the jolts are going up and layoffs are going down. So companies are hiring people right now, and with the available jobs and a lot of people unemployed to fill them, 2,000 continuous jobless claims, 2 million it's towards the high end of the range. And therefore, with enough people wanting a job and the companies trying to hire quickly, it means wages are going to go down because the supply exceeds the demand. Therefore, people are going to go get a job and not make enough money to buy these expensive things. So therefore, the prices of things are going to crash, hopefully. And that's likely the mechanic to bring inflation down. It means the only thing that's going to bring inflation down is the market crash. And that's kind of the sad part. To where, you know what I'm saying? Like not just stock market crash, but like market crash in general. Housing market's doing really bad right now. Prices will ultimately come down because people can't afford to buy stuff and companies have to lower their prices and take the hit. Housing is the really close reflection of that. And so, which is good. I mean, you need, in a capitalist world, you need the companies to take the hit, not you. And hopefully that works good. And it'd be weird. Like I would say that the economy is doomed if we weren't in a hiring spree. And the economy is doing great. Stocks are near all-time highs, and it's just a volatile month. So it's like, you know, I don't have any fear of the market capsizing from here. If the market is topping, it's going to take all year to top. It's going to be a year of this, maybe less, but once Trump goes in office and looks like monthly maps stabilize, I feel like the market's going to take a wave back up to try to test the highs. LA is going to need 20,000 homes. Somebody just said that. Yeah. Who here is a smart city conspiracy theorist? Like the Hawaii, the LA were like planned demolitions so that they can build tech integrated smart cities. Who here wears the tinfoil hat for that theory? Tell me more if you do, because I hear a lot of people on Twitter. It's such a clamoring for like, there's space lasers and shit starting fires. You know what I'm saying? Like it's time to evolve to the modern world. So let's burn the. I'm not saying this is really what happened, but the theories are like there's like fucking space laser beams and stuff starting fires, and they burn down Hawaii, and that there's people putting like blue roofs on their houses to keep to avoid the laser. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't put it past anybody, but you know, there are people out there. God, my channel's getting demonetized. I keep saying this stuff. The AI bot's listening to me now. There are people that say that 9/11 was planned demolition for someone to make money. People say this stuff on Twitter. It's so suspicious, but I don't know what I believe or what I don't. But the theories are interesting. I love hearing people's crazy theories. Space lasers. Yeah. Now build up. Now build up instead of out. As we're overpopulating, you know, all futuristic worlds in every space movie I've watched, from like Dune to Star Wars, the cities build up to the sky. They don't build out. People don't have yards anymore. People build up because you run out of space. Paint your house blue, apparently. Is that what it is? Okay, so I'm waiting for lower DD band to even take a second trade. You guys know the role here. I'm gonna wait. Be patient. Where's that person that said earlier, there's a lot of talk about monitors. That's what you're talking about. That's what trading is, my friend. Sometimes when there's not a trade, you're going to wait for it. We got to do something to fill the air. Direct energy, and it's real. I don't think that it's not real. I saw a video of somebody building a direct energy weapon with a 3D printer. They were burning a hole in a cardboard box. It didn't even look like a weapon. It looked like something that you could just carry in anywhere. It was made of plastic. It was very scary to see that. Like, okay, interesting. And it probably put like a 12-volt battery in it or something. We need a railgun. The gamer in me, the sci-fi nerd in me, is like, that'd be awesome. We could fight off some alien spaceships with that. I think right now is a good time for house purchases. Okay. Yes and no. Let me tell you why. Right now is an excellent time to buy a house if you have the money set aside to put your down payment in. With inflation being high, your money is losing value as time goes by. The average appreciation rate of a house in the last 5 years has been 8%. In the last 10 years, it's been 5%. Your money is losing, what, 4% due to inflation. So it fights out inflation plus some already on the appreciation rate. However, if you believe house and prices are going to come down, which they likely will, if you're looking to sell within 5 to 10 years, you're not going to likely flip a profit. You might actually take a hit if this becomes a market where everybody's selling. However, if you're looking to hold for 10 to 15 to 20 years, this is probably the lowest interest rate we will have. And I'm betting on that. So if you're wanting a lower payment and you don't mind holding your house for 10 years, this is the low of the market. And that's my opinion, which is why we convince ourselves to buy right now, because we care that the interest rate's not going to be up. Taxes are slightly high. You know, we live in Texas. You know, it's a trade-off. You live in Texas, you don't have to pay state income tax, but you pay property tax through the wazoo, and ours is like 20, 25 grand a year, something like that. Frank, you won the contest, by the way. I don't know if you knew that. You're here, though. Someone really smart told you houses would not appreciate like they have in the last 5 to 10 years. And that's where we are. We're at the place where houses are likely to not appreciate in the next 5 years because there's a surplus. So in the next 5 years is the time to buy. When the interest rate is kind of, again, not investment advice, don't listen to me, but the interest rate, you know, dipped down during COVID, and now it's like up here close to like 6 and 7%. The question is, if the demand for houses go way down, then interest rates will go way down with it. If there's an outright crash, interest rates will go down. If the market's crashing, though, you probably are going to worried if you still have a job. So you won't be able to buy a house unless you have surplus money now, and that's what your investment is. I really wouldn't do that as an investment. If I had money in my pocket and the stock market crashed, I'd buy the fucking stock market and make generational wealth off of a crash, not a house. Not 5% a year. Try to make 100% a year. Okay. So the market crash is not a good time to buy a house, even though houses will be dirt cheap and interest rates will be cheap. But if you have the extra money and you're very wealthy, that's a good time to buy investment properties because the interest rate is low and rentals will be high, because the market crashes. Nobody has money to down a house, and therefore they'll be all renting, and they'll be renting from you. And so that's a good time to buy as an investor if that's your goal, is turn into a business. As of right now, if the stock market doesn't collapse or there's not a bear market for years, which I don't think there is, the demand for houses is low now, but that's because inflation is high. Inflation is going to slowly heal itself over time, which means lenders are going to be more lenient on giving people houses. Means demand for houses is going to go up, and demand for houses go up, markets go up. Right now, also interest rates trend with the yields on the treasury bonds. And right now, 30-year treasury bond is at a higher yield than it has been in the last 3 years. There's an all-time, people don't want to buy bonds because fixed income yields are garbage. Here's a rule of thumb. When you buy a bond, at some amount of time, you get a return, a fixed return in dollars. Inflation means every year, if inflation's 4%, that fixed amount at the end is going to lose 4% every year. 4%. So fixed income return is not that's why you can go look at the treasury bond futures and they're all crashing. When they're crashing, it's because nobody wants them. Then the yields are very high to attract buyers. And so why they're crashing and nobody wants them? Because inflation is murder to fixed income trades. You guys understand that? So when the yields are going up, so do mortgage rates. That's kind of where the correlation typically is. So the mortgage rates go up appropriately in that particular sense. And right now, if the treasury bonds are collapsing, the mortgage rates have nowhere to go but up. And if the demand for houses pick up because housing prices collapse out and the stock market starts to rally, therefore the demand for houses will go up. And the demand for houses going up adds extra interest to the already raising interest rate as well. Now, again, I don't think the treasury notes are going to collapse that much and yields are going to go through the roof. But how bearish is this market going to be? That's up to you to decide. So what I think is that there's really no time. COVID was a special time in history where you get to lock in at 2%. I don't think it's ever going to happen again in your lifetime. What I do think is the market's going to flip around and be bullish at some time next year. And this surplus of houses at a low price, the high amount of lending and high demand for houses at that point, interest rates are going to go up. And with the market still questionably volatile, you're going to need the treasury bonds. Inflation to come down a whole lot for the bonds to reverse. For inflation to come down a whole lot, it's going to take some time. So what I'm saying is this is the low. In the next 1 to 3 years, you may get lucky by getting a low premium. I think it's the only handle you've got. I think interest rates are going to come down at all, mortgage rates, but I do think that you're going to get a better premium as their housing starts are low, means there's a surplus of houses. House prices are going to dip, and you might be able to advantageously get a low premium, even though the interest rate is slightly high. But I don't think the interest rate is going to get much lower. Does this make sense? Since I just bought a house, was my own thought process. Was that, well, interest rates are going to go up. Yeah, I'm buying a house that's roughly $1 million. what's the handle of how much that, if I wait 2 or 3 years, I could get it for 900, 800. How much lower? You know, maybe 10% lower. I'm like, how much is that offset by the interest rates going up over the next 2 to 3 years? Okay, well, the payment's roughly the same. The housing prices will come down, interest rates will go up. Am I really saving money by waiting? Okay, let's buy now. That's how I feel. Like I said, I'm not an expert in the area, but when I talk to lenders, they're all, and I'm not to say this to be mean, the lenders I speak with are all fucking idiots and they don't know their industry at all. I had an argument with one. I ended up firing them and working with a whole different company because I thought she was a moron. And I asked her questions about these kind of things and I had to go teach myself. I was like, so what are the mortgage? She's like, I think the rates are going to come down. I was like, what do you mean? She's like, why do you think they're coming down? And I was like, well, no, but can you explain technically what you mean? And she's like, well, I mean, you know, we have metrics we look at. And I'm like, what are the metrics? You know, I feel like this is a trickle down thing where the boss is maybe the smart one and just tells everybody what to say. She had no clue what she was advising us on. And I told IDOC that. I'm like, this girl has no clue what she's doing. And she's like, yeah, you were kind of mean to her. I was like, I wasn't mean. I was just pressing for information. I cornered her and she didn't have an answer. So some people, but the thing is that people like that deserve to be cornered because they're pretending to know. They're pretending to have the answer. They're like, yeah, they're coming down. I'm like, you're speaking confidently. And I don't believe that you know why. And that's the attitude I take. And I tell you, confront people. That's how I am. And they'll eventually, and she had no answer. She's like, you know, well, I'll have to talk to somebody because, you know, we get the information from, and I was like, I know. Can I speak to the person that can teach me? Because I want to learn. And I can be very pressing when I want the knowledge. But anyways, the knowledge was that people thought that the rates were going to come down for whatever reason they thought. And I disagreed. And I said they weren't coming down. Because I, on my stream, had one day where I was like, let me do the, I Googled what correlates with, we did it on stream. I go, what correlates with the mortgage rate? And I looked on the stream, and then we all did it on the stream. We looked at every single piece of what correlates. And then we sat here and came up with an answer. And on stream, I go, no, rates are, we're about to hit my long entry in a second. I was like, no, rates are going to go up, right? And I was like, I don't think they're going to come down at all. And right, wait a minute. Where is, hold on. There, I was like, where's the COVID rate? Okay. There's the axis. Okay. So yeah, no, I don't think they're going to come down at all. I think they're going to stay high. Because she was calling us like every day for like a week. She's like, you need to lock in the rate now. Because or you need to get in something. Or they thought, you know, they thought something was going to happen. And anyways, they were like, you know, are you going to lock in the rate? And they're like, you know, it might actually go up. They were flip-flopping a lot. And I was like, let me go prove it myself. So like ever since we locked in, like back in here in November when I made the phone call, I said, it's probably going up. We should lock in. And I was like, okay. And then it's still going up. So I guess I was right on that. The question is, will it come down? And the biggest correlation on mortgage rates literally is the supply and demand of houses. When demand for houses go up, rates will go up. And if housing prices are going to dip and there's a surplus of them and inflation's coming down, demand is about to rocket for these cheap houses. So rates aren't coming down at all. That's my theory. So yeah, people sometimes try to sound smart, but they just don't tell you. Like, honestly, I like for somebody to say, I really don't know them. You'll get the information. And the second company we went with, that's what the guy said. He's like, you know what? I don't know. He was like a young kid. He's like, I don't know, bro. But like, I want to learn with you. And I was like, all right, this is our company. And he went, he's like, look, I talked to my boss. I sit down, he gave me all this information. He's like, dude, I learned a lot today. He's like, thanks for telling me to go get this information. I was like, yeah, no problem. What'd you learn? He's like, well, interest rates, mortgage rates correlate with the demand for houses and they correlate with the treasury notes. He's like, dude, I took like pages of notes. And I was like, all right, I'm working with your company. That's a kid I like. It's a go-getter. It's not a fake it so you fucking make it person. Like, I'm going to make a big decision off of your confidence and what you think. But if you're like, I don't know, let me get the answer. That's an engineer, baby. That's how we were taught to be. Dare I? Oh, do I? Let me let it overshoot first. Hold on. It's NASDAQ first. Let's see if S&P is close. Let's let S&P. I'm going to let S&P guide. Usually in the case when NASDAQ is close and S&P is not, I'm going to let S&P guide the boat. Yeah, as Frank is saying, I'm waiting for this right here. Jerry's always super smart guy. He said many times the most dangerous person is the one you trust and they give you convincing answers, but in reality don't know shit and they're just making up as they go. Yeah, here's trading gurus for you. One thing that I hate is that the trust me bro mentality. Like, just trust me, bro. In Rocket Scooter, we are transparent with our findings. Our members do their own back tests, and we do that because I hate people that don't do that. It's important to share the source of your knowledge. And somebody asks me a question, I say, I don't know. Somebody goes, what's the probability that you touch the DD bands? And I go, well, we don't know that. We've never done the research. We've never said, all we know is the probability of counting the last 6 months. And this is what it came up in when we did our courses. This was the numbers at the time. That's the percent that you close within. What's the percent of days that we touch either band? And we never did that. So instead of me saying, oh, it's really high or really low, you just say, I don't know, but we need to find that out. Somebody could tell from interaction that it doesn't take much to become one from where you're at. Yeah, exactly. What about bond yields? If they come down, the market gets fearful and starts to buy 10-year treasury. So when bond yields come down, it means the premiums go up. It means there's a demand for bonds. So when yields come down, it means people are rotating money into fixed income. They only do that in 2 environments. Number one is when inflation is low and if fixed income becomes, fixed income competes with inflation. Inflation makes a fixed income trade not worth it. So inflation is low. It makes that trade more probable. But also people go and roll into the notes to ward off a recession. If inflation's not too bad, the stock market's going to crash for a year or 2 or 5 or whatever. People buy up to the 2-year to the 10-year. That's the range they buy in to ward off a market crash, just to be able to fight off the inflation that you get. So an example, if you have 4% inflation and you have a yield of 5% per year, then your fixed income will ward off inflation and at least you'll make money. What sucks is to sell your stocks and go to cash because the stock market's crashing, and then that cash is also losing 4% a year or whatever. So the fixed income is the trade people make to roll out of the stock market and stay away from cash that burns on inflation. So what you said is correct, in my opinion. If the bond yields come down, it means people are rushing into bonds from the stock market for the most part, and it's the yields are still better than inflation. And it means the market is fearful. There are people who are fearful of the stock market, and they run into the 10-year treasury. Yep, and you see the inversion happen. The 2-year and 10-year yields flip as the demand for the shorter term yields goes up as people are fighting off a crash, which is typically 1 to 2 year. So we see those yield curves invert. It's typically a market crash, right? Or a bear market, sorry. Within 12 months, it'll be lower. Yeah, it's hard to see. Yeah. Trust me, bro. Nasdaq's bottom DD. We're at it right now. But when you have both of them, you let, in high volatility environments, I let it overshoot in return. I don't take the risk early when the market's volatile. When the market's volatile, the rule is go the distance. We sing the song by Cake. Let it go the distance. She's going the distance. Because it's got the volatility to get to it. So let it touch. I'd rather miss out on the trade than to get in early. And what I do is I let the worst of the two guide the trade. The S&P is typically what you want the market to stabilize in. So I'm going to let the S&P do this while NASDAQ will overshoot its level, right? So are we stuck in a limbo? I think we kind of are, but let me tell you what I think is going to happen. 2025 is going to be one of the strongest bull markets that we have. Stock market's going to go up. Inflation's going to continue to come down. Job market's going to go up, which means people are going to get paid less, and companies are going to they're going to be able to charge less for stuff because their overhead is less for employees. So I think that the market's going to heal itself and inflation's going to naturally continue to come down. The Fed's not going to change the funds rate that much, but people staying steadily employed and the healthy jobs market and GDP is still growing. That's all the signs of a bullish economy. Inflation is hitting certain people harder than others. It's not stopping economic growth, that's for sure, for whatever reason. And the reason I say for whatever reason, because it's not that high. People are thinking it's high. It's been higher, and you could ask your fucking parents, and you can ask your grandparents about inflation, and they'll laugh at you if you call this inflation. Oh, the kids these days don't even know. Is high compared to what you understand about the stock market since the last financial crisis. Yeah, sure. We'll call this CPI 3.3. We'll call this high. Let me explain something to you, you young whippersnappers. Okay. there comes a time before, and again, there's a different calculation back then, but still, there comes a time in your parents' age and your grandparents' age where people would beg, you know, for the CPI to be 3.3%, things like that. You know what I'm saying? So I think like relatively this fucking, you know, woke era market, everyone's so emo and shit. Like I feel like that's what it is. It's inflation's high. Even the highest that it was, it's been worse so many times in American history and global history. It's not even funny to say that we're in a crisis because of inflation. Things are slightly more expensive. Yes, it's harder to buy bread, milk, and cheese and whatever. I get it, but it's not like you're starving. Oh, you can't afford your Air Jordans and your iPads so that you can buy extra food for the house. And, you know, people aren't, we live in a generation where people don't make the sacrifices. You know, our parents and grandparents came a generation where they would eat dirt if that's all they had. You know, it's like we live in the spoiled world where people are still living their luxurious life. I go to a steakhouse and I still, you know, it's still a packed house. People spending $500 on dinner like it's nothing. People walking in with nice clothes, nice cars, all the gadgets, new computers, new iPhone. It's like people aren't really living like they're poor. You know what I'm saying? It's a fucking spoiled world we live in. Oh, food is so high, but I'm like, yeah, but you're driving a Lexus and you're a teacher. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like you're spending money. You're doing okay. People just don't have everything they want, and it's a weird. And I think that spoiled emo world's about to really feel like, you know, like, oh, it's slightly more expensive. That's what it is. Things are slightly more expensive. Slightly. Not outrageous. There are comparisons, you know, saying, you know, if you would have bought your $600,000 house in 2021 and locked in the rate, the equivalent difference buying it now, you're paying as much as that same house worth 1.2 million, 50% higher, 100% higher house. So if you like, for the same price a house right now, you could have bought it double premium so many years ago because of the payment change. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's significant, right? That's a huge change. You're talking, you know, like 3 or 4% interest difference, right? It's different. It's only in the US. But right now, I feel like inflation is not terrible. It's like, okay, so what do you have to do? Oh, you can't afford the $13 Happy Meal anymore at McDonald's. What are you doing going out to eat? We didn't go out to eat when I was a kid. When it's your birthday, you picked out one restaurant, you got to go out to eat on your birthday. That's what it was like. We cooked every single day. Grocery bill, yeah, slightly higher, but you know what? If you didn't go out to dinner and you didn't go out to a club, you didn't go out to a bar, you would have grocery money. Yeah. When I go out to dinner, Doc and I spend $400 getting 2 meals, appetizer, dessert, and a drink or two. Right? That's $400 after tip easily. Okay. You know, your meal is $60 to $100 if you get steak. That's normal. I don't even get the A5. I'm not like bougie like that. I'm like, please just give me the prime filet, the $60 one. I'll take it. You know, I'm like that. I'm not like, give me the $300 A5 for them. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm like, I don't like, you know, spending that much money on a steak. But anyways, you know, $60 a steak, $60 a fish, appetizer, $20 each, drinks, $20 each. It adds up pretty quick. You know, if you didn't go out to eat once a week, which most people do, that's groceries for the month. $400 buy you a month worth of groceries. So people just live in the world where they haven't learned how to save and haven't learned how to be frugal. Get the tomahawk. When we celebrate, bro, we get a tomahawk. That's what we do. We have this one restaurant that's really special to us called Zanti. It's in Houston. It's an Italian restaurant, but they make the best tomahawk. I took IDOC there for her birthday. I took her family there when they came to town one time. And they bring out this giant tomahawk, and it's on a board, and they light the board on fire, and they light the rosemary on fire. It's a really cool presentation, and it's not that expensive. It's about 200, maybe 220, something like that for a, you know, 20 ounces or however much it gives you. It feeds everybody. Everyone at the steakhouse is using rocket scooter, probably, yeah. But I like to say that the world's not in a crisis right now. Remember 1929? You don't because you weren't born yet. But in the next 10 years to follow, people were lining up just to get a scoop of soup. You know, it's like, you know, people are eating moldy bread because that's all that they could afford. You know, everyone's doing fine. I'm just going to say that right now. Everyone's doing okay. Like, you know, what most people should be doing is selling their Lexus and affording groceries for their family. And, you know, you tell your kid who wants the Jordans that they can stop being a little fucking brat and wait for Christmas when you get stuff. That's what I did. Mom, can I get Legos? Can I tell you, I'm speaking out of experience. My 6-year-old gets thousands of dollars of Legos a month because he's a spoiled little kid. And that's what we do. We spoil our kids these days. When I was a kid, I got my new Lego set on Christmas from Santa Claus because that's the only time Santa Claus could afford to bring me Legos, if you know what I'm saying. So the world we live in is a different world. But inflation hits hard because people overspend. And that's my theory on this. So is inflation going to crash the economy? It's absolutely not. 2025. Luckily, the spoiled world we live in is about to get more spoiled. Once Trump goes into office, hopefully the market gets a little confidence going in February. And we're back to rallying. I think this is also short-lived. People are so quick to say crisis because we haven't had one in a while, but the evidence is there. GDP quarter-over-quarter growth is positive. That's not that's not bearish to the economy. It's good for the economy. Jolts going up when jobless claims are not is companies creating jobs. You don't have job growth. People aren't out there thinking about expanding their company over the next year or two. When you hire an employee, you're thinking 6 months to a year in advance. You don't hire somebody on the cusp of, oh, I might have to fire them in a month. So companies are ready to hire. Jolts is a 30-day window. Companies are ready to hire now, and that's a year projection. So you're looking for somebody trying to get, there's companies growing. So that's how you think about it. I don't think we're in any kind of crisis. I think the people that say that are trying to sell you newsletters. Join the bear brigade or whatever they call themselves. They're all kind of people. Sphere is an easy sell of a newsletter. You respect my ability to sit out, chew it. I'm waiting. I got 58.39 on the horizon. You want to get a pair of Nikes when you were a kid? Mom got you the Psyches, the same thing. Oh yeah. Or there was that joke from what was it? I think it was some sketch comedy show where the guy wanted Adidas, but he got Adidams. And he goes, but that's okay. They're Adidams. They're better. They have 4 stripes instead of 3. So yeah, I mean, if you got the Adidams, you know, you probably were same boat. I'm telling you, the same people complain about inflation. I drive, like, it's so weird how everyone's got such a nice car. It's just the world we live in. We're not living in soup kitchen world, and I think there's a lot of bears out there telling you it's right around the corner, and they're idiots too. The market, if it is becoming a crash collapse market, will take a year to get there. Even 2008 was a year worth of choppy bear market that finally pressured the market to collapse. And it does not just fall from the sky. I've been trading for exactly 90 million years. When I used to have my office, I used to sit on the back of a T-Rex. That's how long I've been trading. And I'm going to tell you, with my extensive multi-era history of trading since the fucking Paleozoic, I'm going to tell you that I know for a fact that I've seen so many stock markets go up and down. You know, I was a kid when tulips were big in the 1400s. Okay, I was there. And I'm going to teach you something. What happened in 2008, right here, this market was just doing this. Okay. And then it crashed. It doesn't just fall from the sky. Stock markets just don't fall from the sky. Oh, I'm at my level. Hold on. They work their way lower and have quarters up, quarters down, months up, months down. And then finally the pressure top sides the market and go down. That's typically what happens. 2001, same thing. It just worked its way lower. It was like, it had a couple of months where it was chaotic. But it was like, you know, up and down and up and down. It works its way lower. It takes years for markets to solve. We may get the worst case scenario, a market like that. Okay. So we're at my level. Am I overshooting? We're close. We're close. So we'll check my entries here. Oh, come on, NASDAQ. I kid you not. I got to show you pictures of my dinosaurs. Well, I also had a camera. 90 million. I was the only person alive with a camera 90 million years ago when I started trading. You know. All right, bears on bottom every single time on Q. Yeah, but I'm still waiting for SPY to DD band tap. Nothing below on SPY. Maybe a bull zone roughly 20 points lower. Ooh, that's tough. That's a tough overshoot on 20 points. All right, from here, that roughly be about 19, which is about down here. Where's the upper target? Yes, it's printing exactly how I drew it earlier. I mean, I have the discipline to sit out and wait for it. And so, like you said, I'm not going to turn 38K into 0K and be an idiot. The State, that's what it was from. It was from The State. Yeah. I love that show, as Andrew remembers. The State was on MTV. So all the people from The State are the people that made Reno 911. So y'all remember Reno 911. So in the 90s, they had a sketch comedy group called The State. And all of those same people are the ones that made Reno. That's where I got Adidams from. Yeah, that's where it was from. There's 4 stripes instead of 3. He's better by 1 stripe. I was like, yeah, let's see if I can find that. Hold on. That's just, I haven't seen the show since I was a teenager, but let me see if I quoted it right. Adidams. They have it. Oh my God, Louis, I want to dip my balls in it. I haven't seen it. Yeah, it was like, you know, it's the same group. You know, Michael Showalter and all them. They're the guys that made Wet Hot American Summer. You guys remember that movie? Spaghetti. Oh my God. I don't know if I see the video of it. Here, we're getting close to my second entry here if I can get it. Yeah, Thomas Lennon. You guys remember from, he was in Reno. He was really funny. And like Michael Ian Black and Ken Marino. They were all in like a bunch of movies and stuff too. But yeah. Kids in the Hall. Yeah, Stranger with Candy and Kids in the Hall. I watch all of those. Those were Kids in the Hall was the Canadian group. They were good. Those are old school. My favorite sketch comedy was Mr. Show, though. Mr. Show was like the epitome of sketch comedy shows. In Poland, they call them Adidasy. Oh, where? Interesting. Well, those guys. Wait, who did you work with in The State? Oh, you did? What'd you work with them on? They're great, dude. They're just so good at comedy. Everything they've built and made was just so good. Did anybody here watch Mr. Show with Bob and David? Now, it was on HBO, so I didn't have HBO as a kid, but I bought the DVDs in high school when they were on DVD. You were a producer at Comedy Central in the 2000s? No way. That's pretty dope, dude. What's the coolest story you have from working at Comedy Central in the 2000s? You know, a lot of people, I have a lot of friends in trading that do a lot of cool stuff. You know, Trader Real, one of my buddies that comes in here every once in a while, he's on Twitter. He works on the Marvel movies. He works for like Marvel Disney. He's on the set of the Avengers and stuff. I never watched the young ones. What is that? Let's let S&P span the range. We're gonna get there. We're not gonna hit it early. I'm gonna let it fall. Now the question is, how much should I let it overshoot? I think here I'll hit it with 1 or 2. I'll hit it with 1. I'll let it dip. I'll build in with like maybe 2 more on a 10-point overshoot. When Chappelle disappeared, was a weird day at the office. Yeah. Chappelle Show was probably one of the best sketch comedy shows, I would say, of the later generation. Probably my second favorite one. That and Mr. Show are my 2 tops. But Chappelle was like one of the few people left that could, you know, like South Park, they can just not give a shit what other people think and say what they want. And cancel culture, immune to cancel culture. That's what I loved about Chappelle's show. Which is so weird is because the people like cancel culture are people that are adults now that were kids that watch South Park. That's what I don't get. It's the weirdest change in this world, that the people like so much about restricting what you can say are the people that grew up watching South Park and The Simpsons. Like the people you would think would have like the least likelihood of being so like easily offended. We're the millennials, dude. We grew up with Beavis and Butthead and South Park. How are we the most sensitive pussy human beings as adults? You know what I'm saying? I don't know what happened, but at least I feel like something weird happened. We're the people that grew up like, damn the man, say what you want. Okay, almost close, 58.40. I'm back on it. We're getting close to ending. I gotta go take care of iDoc as well. I'm not gonna be on the stream that much longer. I'll stay on for like 30 more minutes. So we'll enter this trade. You know, I've seen Dave Chappelle stand up like a couple of times since he came back. I saw him during COVID and we were on the news, staying in line. The news reporters were there like, aren't you worried about the COVID infection thing? And everybody's like, no, man, I was here to see Dave Chappelle. He made me take a rapid test. We stood in line 20 feet apart from everybody in line and we wrapped all around the building and down the street. And each line you had to go to a station. Each station, like one of them would sanitize your hands. And everybody's wearing masks. In another station, it was kind of like entering a spaceship. Another station took all your stuff. Another station took your phone and put it in those boxes where you couldn't use it. Then another station made you swab. And you had to stand over and they had to clear you to be COVID free to enter the place. And then they gave you a Dave Chappelle mask, which I still have, has the C on it. And we got to see the comedy special. And everybody he was on an elevated stage. He couldn't come down and see everybody. And all the tables were like 20 feet apart in this giant air arena. It was this whole different experience. So I saw Chappelle in 2020, like in the fall when he was touring. That was pretty cool. But the news was out there interviewing people, like all these newscasters with masks on. They're like, so are you afraid of getting the COVID virus? And everybody was like, I'd die for Dave Chappelle. People were saying that, just making jokes of it. And they were like, you know, that's not funny. There's a pandemic going on. And people were basically like memeing the news reporters for being there. News reporters were like, the news was Dave Chappelle is one of the few people still touring during COVID. Is he risking everyone's lives? And he's like making people take COVID tests while they get in. That was what the news was. It's like, you have to take a COVID test to get in here. Like, yeah. And most of the set was like making fun of like jokes and COVID, all the different, there was, when I went, Charlie Murphy had already passed. He wasn't there, but one time I saw Charlie Murphy live and he was hilarious. But it was, I think, what was I forget his DJ's name. The DJ that he had was there. And Donnell Rawlings was there. You guys remember Donnell from the show? And he was like memeing like so hard. He's like, man, fuck Dave Chappelle. I hate that guy. And everybody's like, what do you mean? And you know, he's like, I can't stand that guy. He makes me take a COVID test every fucking week. Every time I got to stand up here, he made me take a COVID test. I finally want to quit working with him. I hate that guy so much. So they were all busting each other's butts, you know, about COVID. It was so funny. Yeah. So it was a really good show. And then afterwards, it was really funny. So, you know, he filmed that thing, his whole rant against the industry, right? He filmed that rant that was filmed at the show. It was in Houston. He goes up, he basically says, hey guys, I want you to do me a favor. 2 things. Number 1, I want you to be quiet. I don't want you to say anything. I'm about to tell you something that's real. And I want you to just listen, all right? He's like, I don't want you to cheer. I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to listen. I got a story to tell you. I never told anybody. And he's like, you know, that and that. And he goes, number 2, tip your bartenders. I want you to tip them now because we're not going to be interrupted for a little bit. Kid Capri. Yeah, I think it was Capri, I think. It was the same guy who was the DJ on the show. That's what he said. So anyways, he gave the little 30-minute speech, the one that went viral on the internet. I was at that show, and whether he did that same speech at another place or not, he did that at and I remember he's wearing the same shirt. So I saw that speech, and maybe he filmed it at a couple of places and just put up the best one. But we heard the whole, denouncing the industry speech. So I was there for that. Now it's front and center. I had a table in the very front and center. It was kind of fun. And he was like, tip your bartender and tip your waiters, like tip them really quick. Tip them now before I get talking, because I don't know how long I'm going to be talking. And they may go home because I'll be talking for a long time. And everybody's like, what's he going to say? But then again, I've seen one of Dave Chappelle's comedies. His comedy is so off kilter. It's like what's his face? Andy Kaufman, like where it's just like, his comedy is not just like jokes. His comedy is like a structured routine. And one time I went to see him at the Woodlands, which is in Houston. And it was like his first day back in the America after he went to Africa for his his getaway. He came back and finally started touring. And it was his 40th birthday. I remember because we spent like 45 minutes celebrating his birthday as an audience. He was like, yo, I'm gonna stop telling jokes for a little bit. It's my birthday. And everyone came out. He brought singers out and dancers out. They were like doing like a little sing and dance review. People brought out a cake. They all sat at a table. He blew out the candles. His friends walked up and wished him happy 40th. And we were just sitting there. There was no jokes. We were like hanging out in his living room for like literally 45 minutes of the routine. Then he got up and started telling more stories and jokes. But like in the middle of his set, the people brought out a cake. And he just diverted, and his friends were like saying, man, it's been great working with you for 40, how many years? Your 40th birthday means a lot to me. We've been friends forever. And I think people at first were like, is this a skit? And it was like, no, they were just hanging out, celebrating. It was kind of a cool experience. He's known for just doing like off-kilter stuff. It was a good show to go. And another time in Houston, I heard he showed up to this club called Rudyard's. There's this bar that has a comedy stage upstairs, and he showed up in a hoodie. And he just walked into the bar, and he pulls up his hoodie. He goes, I'm Dave Chappelle, bitches. I'm about to do a comedy set. Where's your stage? And he just walked up and went to the upstairs where the stage was, and everybody was like, what? And then they all go up, and he does an impromptu show. And I hear comedians do that to test out their new material. They just secretly show up somewhere and do a skit. But a lot of people have pictures at that club, and they posted them up, like the guy just walks in with the hoodie. And I'm about to do a show. Let's go. Yeah, I went to his 40th birthday party. It was at it was an interesting experience. And most of his skit there, his comedy there was mostly just telling stories about why he left. Now it's okay. It's going to retrace early. Nope. Nope. In volatile markets never move early. They always move late. This is a stance you take. You're going to learn patience from a young Padawan. I will teach you. Man who catch fly, chopstick, can accomplish anything, right? We wait. Volatile markets never move early. Volatility means it stretches, it moves the distance. So in volatile markets, right, the V's are getting bigger. Assume it will hit and overshoot. Early pivots are traps. And if it does rally and I miss out, then I missed out. But it's better to get in when it pivots and returns and confirms. Volatile markets, the trick is you wait for the confirm. Okay. Again, it's better to miss out because if it does keep falling, I don't want to be upside down 30, 40 points to jump in on a move that I've already missed 10 points of. Does that make sense? So I'm going to get, you're right, it might be retracing early, but I'll miss it if I do. When VVIX is above 100, VIX is trending higher, let it hit the pivot. And if it, like I said, markets are going to be up and be choppy. I don't see this and go, holy crap, I'm missing out on the big bull run. If I do, I miss out. I already made a ton of money. They don't care. But I take the error of the side of caution. I let it do something stupid and then survive. I want to be in right there. So yeah, I made 38,000 today. Started by RAM, and now I'm waiting for longs. You're correct. I tweeted the picture of the gains. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm waiting for this. This is not a good environment to short in. I have most of my signals and indicators are still showing strength in the bull market, even though it is selling. It's not going to crash today. Market's going to typically hold a range leading up into CPI, which is tomorrow. So I'm not going to try to bear the market like it's going to crash in the CPI. Instead, I'm just playing the range. So we're at the lower end of the range. So now I'm waiting to trade a little bit of a reversal. Okay, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, but hopefully by the time I come back, we're closer to here. Be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. All right, I'm back. Gotta go check on iDoc. She is downstairs, and I think she's dead, to be honest. Rest in peace. We're gonna miss her. Died from complications of flu. Poor girl. She's actually got really rough. Worse than I did. So I've been sick for a month. Here's what I did. When we moved, so we moved from again, I'm going to tell a story while I'm waiting. So confirmation to answer your question. I'm going to let it hit. I'm going to put in like one contract. Usually I'll take a dive right at the tap. And then whatever it does, it overshoots. And I'll let it go about 10 points of overshoot. And sometimes I'll add to it if I think it's going to come. Now in a volatile market, it's different. What I do in a volatile market is I let it overshoot in general. And right when it returns, I just long. And it does this, and then it stabilizes again. Volatile markets are gonna overshoot pivots and be choppy. And as it's playing right here, and I see that it's not going down, I'll start adding the position as it's hugging this level and build a cost basis right there. And I want to see that the VIX is coming down and the volatility is going away. And then I wait for it to pop. Yeah. I went down the stairs and she's like this. I was like, I was like, hey, how are you feeling? She's like, oh, my mom's coming over. I'm good. I'll be like, all right, I'll be done streaming in 20 minutes. But yeah, I think she's dead. So rip. Poor girl. So when I moved, here's what happened. Here's the story I'm telling you. When I moved from a 4-story house to a 3-story house. Okay. I had like my garden, heavy stuff on the top floor, and her parents came over to try to help, which again, bless their heart, they don't need to be helping, walking up and down the stairs. Her mom and dad insisted on helping us move. 4-story house, now we have a 3-story house. That's much bigger. Like this was a tall, skinny house. This is like a big, I don't know if I'm drawing this right, a big house this way. So our house is like, we moved to a much, much, much bigger house. And then, so we're moving from here, the movers are coming, but I don't let them touch all my stuff. I make them move certain things, but like while they're moving, I'm moving too. And I'm carrying stuff up and down. And I had the flu, like I had just gotten sick. And so, great medical advice, please everyone do what I did, because this is the great decision But I took some Adderall, right, to just fucking burn through it. And it's by far the worst decision I've ever made in my life, because I was like, well, I had the energy and speed, from basically the liquid, or the pellet meth that Adderall is. And I have ADHD and I have a prescription for it, but I stopped taking it because I have high blood pressure, right? But then I was like, fuck it, I'll just pop an Addy. And I was like, I'm like Popeye eating a spinach, and I'm like up and down the stairs. I'm good. I'm like energy. And then at the end of the day, oh, she's back. Oh, she's back from the dead. Welcome back, Hi Doc. We were already singing your eulogy because we thought you had died. It's glad to hear that you're alive. So anyways, pop the Addy, moving house back and forth. And at the end of the night, when we moved the very next morning, or the night before, we sold some of my old stuff. We were selling stuff on Facebook Marketplace, and we met somebody, and I was in the car, and I was like, I could like struggling breathing a little bit. And then I forced a cough, and I kid you wrong. Like, how like a wad of like gum, like a double bubble, like a big wad of gum. I coughed up like something that was like rubbery ball of gum that I could bounce on the ground. And it was like this dark greenish yellowish, it was like completely dehydrated mucus. It was a ball. And I was like pressing, it was like spongy, and iDoc was like, ooh, throw that out, that's gross. Cause I was like and I was like, what is this? So I dehydrated myself so much that I blocked my airways, and the next morning I had to go to the hospital. True story. So when you're sick, I know coffee up or any of that, like, don't dehydrate. Drink. I didn't drink any water, and I did it to myself, but I dehydrated myself so much. And I was just like, so anyways, I was sick for like weeks, and then I slightly got better. And then a week ago, we were both laying in bed, and we were both like, man, my throat is hurting. She's like, yeah, me too. Like, my throat was sore. For the first one, it was my lungs. And so I couldn't breathe and all that. And then our throats got sore, and then we got sick again. I was dead sick. She went to California for a week, and she's sick with the same thing. And so now we have nasal congestion thing, and it's all viral, because she has a fever. She went to LA, of all things, to go to a work thing, and she's in LA while the fires are happening, and she's been breathing in smoke for a week, of all things. Yeah, like, don't fucking take Addy when you're sick. I know it helps, like, but the trick is pop a little bit, to burn through your meetings. Says, oh, there's not congested. Like, they'll dehydrate you. You can breathe, you can focus. You're like, okay, I'm good. But then when you come off of it, you're sick again. But don't pop an Addy and do physical labor for 8 hours and not drink water. That's what I did. No, don't do that. Don't do meth, not even once. Okay, take it reasonably, like you should. But like, I'm just going to perk up and do it. Physical labor for 8 hours, taking stuff apart, carrying boxes up and down, overexerting myself, burning calories, not even feeling tired. And the next week I felt it. Yeah. No Addy when sick. I mean, no Addy plus physical labor when sick. Yeah. Or caffeine or coffee or anything. Drink water like you're supposed to. Oh my God. But that was always my trick at work. If I was sick, I would just, caffeine up or Addy up. That would be like, that's the way that you can continue to like do your job, without feeling groggy. It helps. But you not drinking a lot of water. That escalated quickly. Yeah. So anyways, that's what I did. And then, like, now we both had a sore throat. So all last week I was sick again. Like, my recordings, even now, I sound like I'm sick. I'm still coughing up orange shit. And she's like dead. Like, she flew home. They took a red eye. She flew home. And it's just like hot to the touch. Like, you could fry an egg on her back. That's how much of a fever she's got. All right. Look, see what I'm saying, guys? I don't enter early. Let it in volatility. Let it go the distance. Started pounding your water after hearing this. I think when you get older too, your kidneys start to change. Another thing also, I didn't realize this. The reason it got so bad is because I'm starting to sound like an old fucking guy now. I had taken blood pressure medicine because I had high blood pressure, like stroke level high. I went to the hospital. It was like, 230 over 140. I was hospitalized that 1 year 2 times for it. I went to the urgent care a 3rd time, and they got me on medicine. And so the blood pressure medicine, the diuretics make you pee out all your water. So Blood pressure medicine plus Addy together is a toxic combination to your body. Don't do it. I didn't realize that. I was like, I never get this dehydrated. I don't understand. And I'm like, oh, wait. Oh. The fucking amlodipine. I was like, oh, God damn it. So take your water, drink enough water. And then I'm like running up and down the stairs, sweating out what little bit I had left. So no wonder I coughed up a rubber ball, right? My streams help you from over trading and not doing drugs, kids. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's good. Yeah, no over trading. Like, just, you know, I'm going to wait for the tap. The markets never move early when they're volatile. That's just a rule of thumb. Let them fulfill their destiny. Let them go the distance. Don't see the first pivot and go, that's the one. It's better to miss the first pivot because the market's volatile enough that there's going to be enough V's inside of here. There's going to be tons of good trades. But wait for the one that you want. And I just wait for the one I want. So like S&P still has, I think that we still have this to test on and play off of. The rule is when that number is greater than half, I usually hit this with a normal. But we have other key factors that are kind of having me nervous about the market since we have broken monthly hedge pressure. You can see right here, SPY. Losing monthly hedge is not the most bullish thing. So I'm going to take my normal and trade it medium, breaking hedge pressure, and I'm going to trade. Now that's going to make it a small. So breaking 2 hedge pressures is making me going to trade it only small, 1 to 2 contracts, which is great. That matches volatility because markets move very quick. You don't need a lot of contracts to make a lot of money. You can do something very small. When I know it's volatile, I'm always usually going to trade with the idea of knowing the travel distance is far. These little pops, 45 to 55 and 60, 5 or 10 minutes is the length of the trade. So it's worth waiting. And if I get the trade that I want, then I'm going to get the run that I want. Play a really small position. Let's analyze to make sure I have all my pivots in order. So I trade the first pivot on whatever it's NASDAQ or S&P. So we see that NASDAQ clearly has a hedge pressure tap. That would be the pivot I'm looking for. So relatively speaking, SPY doesn't have a pivot nearby. So what I would do is when SPY overshoots, its line is roughly there. Let me double check. Again, I'm going to estimate because we'll see when we get there. It is roughly 84.39, 54, 15 points lower than here. So at 1.5 lower, it's going to be like right at 57.80, right on the tap on SPY. So I'll be looking for today. Where's my candles? What the heck? Did I make 38 today? Yeah, my Apex accounts I did. Yeah, between all 20 accounts. Yeah. That's how much it was. That's what somebody said. They counted. I didn't count, so I trust that whoever counted it was right. How much do I average per month? Depends. This month, not a lot. I haven't been trading a lot this month, but you know, up or down that amount. I mean, it's certainly in the extrapolate what you've seen. I mean, it's certainly, you know, in the months that are, you can, you know, anywhere between, you know, 5-6 figures is normal. Also, losing that much is normal on losing months. So it's not like that's pure profit every single month, always, ever. I'm up 38 today, Warren. I tweeted it, the picture. So, I mean, like I said, it's not always a winning month. Like this month I'm down a little bit. I'm down a little bit in my ETF. I'm down, like, it's just because the volatile markets eat you a little bit. But now I'm finally starting to pick up some trades again because it's starting to stabilize. Had the couch paid off in no time. Yeah, it's all spoken for this month for sure. Yeah, we had to furnish our new house. Okay, so with the S&P, so QQQ has a pivot off of hedge pressure. By proxy, S&P, I'll close when it pivots. So on the S&P, what I'd like to see is this to, do this and then overshoot and then come here. And it's probably going to fight. And then end of the day, it's probably going to pop and then do that. So I'm looking for a trade, something similar to that. And when S&P pops, QQQ is going to hit its hedge pressure for S&P. It's anything. So I'm going to be looking for that. LAFTA's up. 2.11 account. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Do I invest in Bitcoin? I absolutely do not believe in Bitcoin. I know it. People hate me when I say that. I have zero faith in Bitcoin as an investment, and I never have, and I don't think I ever will until certain things change. Right now, Bitcoin is a speculative instrument run by scammers, and it's not regulated. We're all crypto. It's used for money laundering. I mean, it's not a serious thing yet. I mean, crypto was invented for people to launder money and sell drugs online and traffic people and stuff with untraceable currency. Like, I don't know how I can get behind that when it doesn't really serve any mass utility just yet, and the technology's not there to prevent people from stealing everything you have by hacking into your digital wallets and stuff. It's like hard to get behind that, and there's no regulation protecting investors. There's no FDI insurance on your deposit into a Bitcoin wallet. Is there? Like, I put cash into a bank, the bank gets robbed, they insure my money. Bitcoin, it's the Wild West, and that to me, it's like not a good investment until it has utility. And it's fine, I'll miss the first bit of the rally, but imagine Bitcoin's worth millions and millions of dollars per coin, as it has a limited supply. With a limited supply, any commodity goes to infinity with a limited supply and growing demand. So this isn't the rally to worry about. This is baby rally. If Bitcoin's going to rally, it's going to the millions, many, many, many millions. It becomes like a national currency for like all these big players in the world, and they adopt it as their currency, and you can pay your taxes in it. And the government lets you get a new driver's license paying Bitcoin kind of stuff. Then it's a thing, and it's going to be time to invest. It's like the internet. Had you got in at 1986, you'd be a millionaire now. But if you got in at 2008, you'd also be a millionaire now. There's no lack of becoming a millionaire investing at the proper time when it comes to crypto. I'm speaking facts. No, the creator is unknown. You don't understand why. And because, well, this is, like I said, Bitcoin was invented to traffic people and do criminal activity for the mafia to launder money and all kind of cool stuff that you hear in the movies. Untraceable currency, anonymous living, Silk Road, all that stuff. I'm not, like I said, to each their own, but that's what, it wasn't invented for legitimate purposes. I'm not in the camp thinking that it was. That somebody was thinking that it's going to replace the dollar and it's going to be the next big thing. People invented it so they can engage in illegal tax-free trade, across country boundaries and stuff. It's public ledger. Well, yeah, you can eventually trace back to people, right? But can you easily? All these people that get their crypto stolen, I never hear them getting it back easily. Is utility as complete transparency in the financial space? Nope. It's not utility. Utility means use. And so that is an intrinsic property of it, which makes it valuable, but it doesn't give utility. Utility means people are using it for something. So I, as an investor, must gauge that everybody, supply and demand, right? So with the fixed supply of something, that's great for a big bubble, right? If there's a limited supply of something, I paid double for a graphics card in COVID because there's a limited supply. That's good. There's only so many Bitcoins that'll ever exist. So it's a fixed supply, which I don't understand. I don't understand the argument that Bitcoin is a thing. It's a counter to inflation, as it is a thing that has a fixed supply. It can't adjust or subdivide itself to match a growing population. So what is it that makes it able to fight inflation? I don't understand. How could something with a fixed supply not experience hyperinflation? That's where my brain can't wrap around it. So somebody needs to teach me that. So utility would be that like everyone can use it easily, access it easily. There's safety in it. People can get it out, get it in, use it, transfer it. Like utility would be like futures brokers are really, really poor utility compared to equities brokers. Well, I still have to wire money and it takes a day to clear and yada, yada. But hey, I can ACH money in my equities account and get it in really quick. That's got better utility, better use, ease of use, things like that. And right now it's not an easy thing. There's not an ATM on every street corner. You know, not every grocery store takes it. You know, it's like starting to have some utility thing. So for me to invest, remember the internet, the dot-com bubble happened, and then the financial crisis happened. And then now, had you bought NVIDIA stock in 2010 and Meta stock when it was Facebook in 2009, you're a millionaire now. There's no win buying Microsoft in like 1972 or 1984 or 1996 when it's all popular and the internet's computer's big. You know, once everybody's using Microsoft Windows and everybody has a computer, now everybody has a computer on their phone, you could invest even in the middle of the run and be a millionaire. So I feel the same way about Bitcoin. Whenever it's time to invest, that's the time to get in. So it's like you'll get generational wealth in both aspects. Does this make sense to you guys? It's like saying if you would have bought Microsoft in 1994, you would have experienced 2 financial crises and made your $1 million. It's the same as buying it in 2010. You know, 16 years later. Bitcoin's like that. It's going to go through its ups and downs and it's you know, crazy stuff. And then at some point you're going to look up and you're going to feel it. It's like, you're going to feel the buzz. It's not going to be something that's just going to spawn up and you missed out. You'll feel the buzz. Like you'll walk at the Starbucks and it'll say now accepting Bitcoin. And now you'll walk down the street. You'll see a billboard here, you know, like IRS now accepting Bitcoin. You'll start to see it everywhere. And then your grandma will call you and she'll be like, hey, happy birthday. I gave you 50 Bitcoin for your birthday or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, it's a thing now. And then that's the time to invest. That's how I feel. Yeah. So to me, it's like at that point, here's the thing, right? Bitcoin is trading right now and it's like up close to 100,000 right now. Trust me when I say, if it's a thing, this is the low. If it becomes a thing, it's going to like, you can shrink this chart down and it will look like this and Bitcoin will be up here. We're in the millions. There's no harm in getting in like right there. And that's what I want to do as far as investment. There's no regulation. It could fall apart tomorrow. It's not generational wealth protection. It's not something that I can guarantee will happen in 10 or 20 years. And I have no safety to my investment. And that's why I don't see it I don't believe in it as an investor. And I actually went to the Bitcoin conference and made many enemies with my point of view. I was there. 50 Bitcoin. Grandma's a baller. Let's go. Here's $5 million for your birthday, son. Am I trading futures? I am trading futures. S&P futures and NASDAQ futures. That's all I trade. That's how much I'm up today. Somebody added it up and said it was 38. I don't know. I trust them. So, you know what I'm saying? As an investor, I'm going to let S&P overshoot though, by the way. So as an investor, I'm waiting for it to have, number one, is utility and for regulation to support it as a stable thing where it can't get stolen or it's insured by the government, things like that. That's when I'm on board. Does this make sense to any of you guys? Call me a big wuss, but it's okay. There's no difference in investing now versus investing in 15 years. Both of you will be a millionaire. And so I can make much better gains avoiding the volatility of that and investing in other things now. Do I believe it's going to become a thing? I think it will, and I think it'll become a thing much, 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 much slower than other people do, because I have been trading since, like I said, 90 million years ago. I started trading back when there were dinosaurs in my backyard, back when meteors were hitting the Yucatan Peninsula, and I've been through all of it. Okay, I'm that old. Okay, I've been here. I've seen it all, and I know my governments move very, 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 very slow to regulate and do anything. So for the government to just wake up one day and say, yep, this is a thing, it's not. But Trump is a very big advocate for it, right? So maybe with Trump in the Senate and all that, they can push some reform to speed up the process. So instead of it taking decades, it probably could take a decade. And I feel like if Bitcoin's gonna become a thing, it's gonna become a thing in a period of my kids' lifetime, not just my own. And as far as like planting money in it now and letting it be volatile through the multiple crashes and ultimately making money off of it, I still need to do other things now with my money. Do I trade every day, every single time? By far the most transparent and probably talented trader on YouTube. I don't like to toot my own horn, but here you see everything I do. I tell people, I'll trade circles around anybody out there that you can watch. I won trading contest live on stream 2 months ago. A global trading contest with many hundreds of participants. So sometimes I do okay. Other times I do shitty. But most of the time I do all right. Somebody said, in Georgia, in your country, you have crypto ATM like everywhere. Yeah, and like some places it's starting to become a thing. So as a restaurant owner, Satchmo, oh, that's cool. What kind of restaurant bar do you own? It's kind of like a mission to like get on board with this. So you abandoned it. Oh man, that sucks. You never pay for small things. If Bitcoin transactions are too expensive, Bitcoin, you can think of buying 30K and above, Ethereum and other smaller coins for that. That would make sense. I think it has some kind of utility. I thought it would. I actually, my guess was wrong. I actually told people that I thought maybe it's just we're not there yet. I thought that Bitcoin would become a digital currency for online purchases of video games and stuff, and that NFTs would be part of that. Like imagine that your epic Fortnite skin that you had was a gift to you, and it's an NFT, it's a tangible thing. You can own that and transfer it and trade it on a market. So imagine like how video games make all their money now from pay to win, pay to look, kind of cosmetic stuff. Imagine that you could trade like epic gear in World of Warcraft or like skins in Call of Duty or camos or something, right? On an open market, and you can use digital currency that you can trade. And then you can also use your idle game time while you're playing to mine that crypto while you're playing your game. I thought that seems like a cool thing for the gaming world. I think some game companies were like jumping on board with that, like mine your crypto while you pay, but the games are all shit. Nobody played them and they all fell apart. I thought that would have been a great thing. You have a bar in Miami. Bar Nancy, dude, well, come check it out because we were talking about going to Miami. We're going to Florida this year. We're going to Orlando for sure, but we were talking about taking a trip to Miami. If iDoc is still here, we're going to come see you. Miami's one of my favorite towns, man. I love going out there. I'm all for it. Hey, I talked to Pat Weiland not too long ago, and I said, hey, I'm going to come out and come trade on your show one time. He was like, come on out. So I might even go out there to say hey to the Big Dick House over there. This is with the BDH. That'd be fun. Dude, I'm very impressed with what my dude over there built. That is a cool little, I thought I had a cool office, and I do. I have like a very cool office. Hold on, let me. I thought I had the coolest office in trading, and I'm not gonna lie, I think now I have the second coolest office in trading. But I am gonna start a podcast room in the 3rd floor of my house and fly people in for it. That's my new thing. But more on that later. But I'll have to say I'm very impressed by the build out over there. I did put a lot of work into that. Hold on. You're back. Driving, texting, what's up? He did really good. Yeah, dude, it was really well done. Like just the layout and stuff. Super impressive. I always dreamed of building out like an office somewhere kind of like that, but then I like never went through the hurdle to go get an office space and run Rocket Scooter from an office, because it's the same mentality I have. Is like I hate commuting in the morning. I hate leaving my house. I love working from home. So I'm like, all right. So iDoc and I bought a house with the whole 3rd floor. Her room is a streamer room. My room is a streamer room. Then the middle office is this giant open space that I'm going to turn into like a bigger thing, kind of like what he did. But I was thinking about doing podcasts there because we're going to have seating up there. I'm going to set up lights and cameras. I'm going to fly in. Like I told you, J Minx and I are starting like a podcast thing on Spaces. I'm also going to start a podcast thing where hopefully I can get people to come out and we record like video podcasts, kind of like what Jaden does. I think he lives in Denver. People go out there, and so I want to do something like that here. a little podcast in. That would be fun. Yeah, I like to interview people in the prop firm space and industry space. You know, from a more technical perspective, like, you know, asking them technical questions about risk models and like the things you guys really want to learn. You know, what are the new changes and all this stuff? That'd be a cool idea. Oh, he was talking about Patty Wheeland over there in his office. Did a good job. I'm a big fan of the layout, dude. I was pretty impressed. The lighting and all. It's very well done. Goofball has fucking cars still parked in the office. I was like, of course he would. It's hilarious. It's a good look though. I mean, it's very clean. He has the bokeh shot from the camera with the car blurred in the background. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little jelly of the office. He did a really good job. And I was like, when I saw him building, I was like, he's gonna. When I saw he bought a garage, I was like, I knew he's gonna put the office in the garage. He could park his car behind him. I'm a good trader. I can see the future. So yeah, I know, I'm very proud of you. He's worked his ass off, for sure. You like to have a tricked out? I know. Yeah, like I tricked out my office. My office is pretty dope. Like when you walk in the office, you're like, okay, that's cool. For a home office, that's cool. I have the coolest home office for trading, I think, for sure. I have to show you. I have to give you guys a tour one time. But yeah, I do want to do like a little podcast den. Fly people out to come over to the house and stuff. And I'm gonna do like a gimmick, like we come over and we eat pizza and talk. You know, I'd like my idea is something like that. Or something like, you know, something with futures, maybe something with F, like we fries and futures or something. Like, you know, like the Hot Wings guy that does a podcast with Hot Wings. I was like, let's get people over and let's have like chat with Matt, you know, coffee hour with Matt or something. Or we just slam a pizza together. Like, what's your favorite pizza? Ari, we'll order it and we'll sit there and we'll snack on pizza while we talk. You know, just something, I'm still dreaming it up, but this year I'm going to start it. You're watching that video he made, yeah. I think he said he threw like 150K or something into the remodel. But it wasn't just a remodel of the office. That's the thing. The office shouldn't cost nowhere close to that. The remodel was actually the exterior and other things, electrical work, and then they put a garage with car lifts in it and stuff. That's where most of the money went into. Now you can remodel in the interior of an office like that for probably like 25K, 50K. Maybe about new computers and stuff too. That was a big expense. We had 1,000 a piece. 10 computers, all the monitors and stuff. But yeah, all like it's more. They did a kitchen remodel, and then they built a podcast room, and then they built like an exterior. And so that's like, somebody on Twitter was like, "How can you spend 150,000 on office? It's too expensive." I'm like, no, it is too expensive for one office. But that they did like 5 things there. They revamped the whole building. Beer, yeah, like drink a beer, yeah, that'd be fun. But the thing is that on YouTube, you can't do liquor. On YouTube, I got banned for a day because my mini fridge over here, my mini fridge had, again, guys, like I said, I don't cheat my pivots. I know you might say you might be missing out. I don't cheat my pivots. Remember, let it go the distance. Let it go the distance. We're going to have 58.39. I needed to tap. Each lift is about 15 to 25K. Yeah, like that's like where the money went into those car lifts, dude. That's a crazy expense. Yeah, I'm a pivot guy. Oh, rocket scooters all high volume pivots. Let me teach you something about what we do. So DD band is an exploit of the margin requirement. So I actually, I read some patents on CME Group's stuff, and they have a program that they create margin requirements called SPAN. And I'm gonna tell you what I do. So you guys don't know I'm a mathematician, engineer background. So SPAN is a program that sets margin requirements from risk ranges, a potential exposure of market makers and other reportable firms. So the margin requirements is set by where the risk is distributed, i.e. a range. So I reverse engineered their equation, and I don't think anybody in the world has done that, or at least, I don't know. I know how they calculate the margin requirement. I can calculate margin requirements from a range too. I use the margin requirement they publish, and a bot scrapes their website and for their publication. We grab their publication and then we put it through the algorithm, and the algorithm comes up with these risk levels. And on these risk levels, we take their margin requirement and we calculate the risk. What it is it creates these bands. These bands are predictable high volume pivots. set the night before. And when you tap them, the market's going to have predictable volume. So our pivots aren't based on technical analysis. Our pivots are based on actual exploits in the market. And I'll be the first to tell you, when you touch this band, there's predictable high volume every single time without fail. There's high volume. It's an exploit of the CME Group stuff. I don't make your brain hurt. Let me tell it in like an easier way. Market makers got positions, firms got positions. And somebody say, I blow up here. They poll everybody. One person goes, I'll blow up here. Another person goes, I'll blow up here. I'll blow up here. I blow up here. I blow up here. Okay. And then they analyze all that and they go, oh, okay. So the range of nobody blowing up where the market's safe is like that. Aha. Okay. So we'll set the margin requirement a certain amount. If this range gets bigger, the margin requirement changes. So CME Group changes margin requirements every single day, once a day. Sometimes it's no change, sometimes it's some change. And it's based on how the risk is distributed. If people are positioned wider, then the market's going to be more volatile. That's how it works. So we basically come up with these ranges that are predictable, high volume pivots. And without fail, they're so good. And this is one of 15 tools that we have. So when you get right up close to these bands, they're resistance pivots to keep the market stable, both sides. You see, said the blind man, you get it. All right. So the idea is while NASDAQ is pivoting there, I'm not trusting the NASDAQ to be the big force of action today. I want the S&P to be. And so a couple of things that we do, like this is based on margin requirements, a little exploit there. Now, if I'm trading S&P futures, I can get some clues in SPY. So in Rocket Scooter, this is what we designed it. We had to build a trading platform. Our indications are so sophisticated that we couldn't even build it in anyone else's trading platform. We had to actually build our own trading platform off of a white label trading view just to be able to have the power on the back end to do what we needed to do. Another thing, our gamma exposure model is actually better than what's out there for gamma exposures. We do market maker only gamma exposure. And so monthly hedge pressure, and hedge pressure is volume pivot on the market. When you break through it and tap it, there's volume spikes based on just the hedging change. So the market had bullish potential here, and the fact that it broke had me sitting out all morning because now we're in a gamma squeeze. How do you know you're in a gamma squeeze? Because the volume becomes chaotic. As you see, the chaotic volume appears right after you break through that. Volume starts to go rampant in the market. It's not a normal volume distribution. So like, I might hear me and talking about goofy stories and like entertain you guys. So at the end of the day, our shit's pretty serious. I coded all of it myself. I am a coder. Rampant volume, rampant volume, rampant volume. The market is falling apart when structure is broken. Structure breaks here. It's automated. When you subscribe to Rocket Scooter, like what's a bot is posting in here. If you're using our platform, which has all your regular technical indicators in it, just like TradingView does, but on top of it, when you subscribe to the platform, it comes automated. So you can type in any particular ticker, and the algo spits it out for you, like what the risk is. And off to the right, it tells you how the flow is. So if you look over to the right, it's telling me that NVIDIA has flow balance right here in the middle. So as you see, NVIDIA is balanced in the middle. It's not selling off, it's not rallying. You see how this is kind of showcasing that? And so this is giving you that flow. You can type in any ticker that has options. You can see the same thing. Microsoft is kind of in a balancing act as well. Now it's kind of shifting over where it's at this bull zone bottom. There's potential for it to rally from here to this orange line. So Microsoft and other tickers are supporting at this 415 level. There's potential from here all the way to there as it's showcasing here. So if I were longing Microsoft for like basically reversing the trade, I could long with a stop right there below the low, and I can bet that the market likely has flow up. No, it doesn't take any trades from me. Our contracts with the exchanges don't allow us to create automated trading platforms. So I have an agreement with like the CME Group and others, and our futures arrangements. The futures industry doesn't let you create automated trading under standard data arrangements. You have to go get special permission, and it's rare to get it. For retail platforms like this, they don't allow you to create automated trading. Very few platforms allow that, like NinjaTrader allows that to happen. You create it yourself. They have and there's all kind of strict guidelines that go with it. So the futures industry is very, 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 very big on not allowing you to automate trading. by the way. They hate it. For many reasons I'm not going to get into, but they don't allow it. Pickle? I hear a pickle. Hold on. How did you get up here? Come here. Oh, hey, Mr. Lee, how's it going? I'm still on my YouTube channel. Yeah. Look what I got. I heard a pickle sneaking around over here. Oh my gosh. Look at this boy. Look how big he's gotten. Look at this huge dog now. He's like full sized. Pickle. You say hi to everybody? Hey buddy. Hey buddy. Hey buddy. So we had Pickle, the English cream dachshund over here. My boy. So he's a bad boy. He snuck all the way up here. So let me take him back downstairs. Yo. Yeah, just indicates on the screen. How to plot on the chart. It's automated. You don't have to plot anything. So when you first load up Rocket Scooter, it automates it for you. So like when I trade S&P futures, I got a different set of indicators. Like the bands are automated in futures. They draw them here. So when I'm trading I'm trading SPY, right? S&P futures, sorry. I'm looking at S&P futures pivots, and I'm also looking at SPY pivots for additional clues. So as you see, SPY has resistance pressure from blue. As you see, once we lost orange, the market started trending lower as it shows. So that's why I'm not really trading long until I get to my next long pivot. So I'm waiting to hit the pivot. So I'm up 38K today, by the way, so far in all the trades I've done across all the accounts. I tweeted the picture of it so you guys can see what I did. I'm waiting for certain things. So let's talk about it. I have pivots here. This is resistance pivot, as you can see. And then I drew the green line on my futures. My futures has a pivot right here. My SPY also has a pivot here. So I have two different pivots to play with on the long side. I have resistance here. As you see, we're in the middle. I don't trade in the middle. I find the extremities today. Do you like my Jeanette? You like my doggy? He's a cutie pie. He looks like a little golden retriever, but the best part is he's never going to get bigger than that. He's going to be a small, tiny little thing for life. You looked over my live from today. Looks like you had a red day. No, just the one account on the stream went negative, but all of my accounts went positive. So basically, the one on the stream was down like 1,000 or something like that. I have 20 something DOMs open on another screen. I showed the picture. I think the one on the stream was this one. Yeah. So like a lot of these accounts were up. I think when I took that second trade, it was like all of these. A lot of these accounts were up like 3 and 4K as well. And then I took like a $2,000 loss or something on some of them. So, but overall for the day, all the trades I made were here. I trade 20 accounts. 20 in Apex, and then I trade my one ETF live funded account, and I have my own personal futures account. No, just one. I have one account from Elite Trader Funding. I'm a live, so Elite Trader Funding, I've advanced to the live program. So they have funded and SIMDA funded, and very, 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 very rare is where they invite you to trade their real money. So I got invited to trade their real money. Once you do so well and take enough payouts or whatever through them, they'll invite you to join the live program where they give you real money to trade. So I'm in that program with them. So I don't do SIMDA funded with them. So live prop from trading. Oh, let's go. What do? You develop 90% automatic to adjust towards the rules and policies. Your code's on Pine Script with TV though, and execute through Traders Post. Dude, that's awesome, man. I love seeing people that I have like a lot of respect for algo traders and people that write their own code. So like for me, it's something I find near and dear to my heart. I taught myself how to program when I was 12, and I've always done it. I'm not the best programmer in the world, but I can make stuff. So when I got, as an adult, I started creating my own trading strategies. I worked out the math code and got it all to work. Then I hired a team of people, and then I built a trading platform to be able to house it. And I built unique server architecture. So another thing that we do, we're the first platform in the world to do this. We invented this technology, is that our indicators that we make are actually calculated server side. So you working in TradingView on PineScript is calculated in the browser. All of my indicators are calculated in a server, all of them. So the server WebSocket broadcasts indicators to the platform. It's fully secure and it's fast. Server can run the calculations much faster to run complex stuff. And there's no browser load up. So you basically don't have your browser bogging up. Like you write sophisticated stuff in TradingView prop firm, you notice that your browser starts to kind of hold up a little bit, right? And TradingView has to limit your outputs and such to prevent the experience from being poor. So with server side, we have infinite speed and power, and all of these indicators are broadcast to the front end. So we have server side computation. So to code on our platform, you write it in the server. We have our own language called RocketScript we wrote. Yeah, we have a marketplace, by the way. So if you go to rocket.place, we created a trader marketplace, a competitor to WAP. We're just now starting to get some traffic on it to pick it up off the ground. We built it. It's a way for you to monetize your brand and monetize your content. So I have my business on this marketplace. So essentially, if you guys have heard of WAP, we're a million times better than WAP. We built it just for traders, and it's got extra functions and things for just traders. Good idea. And other stuff. So on the marketplace, let me show it to you. So I built this too. This is my last project. There's a lot of big name groups on here already, hosting their business and such. I'm here. You can directly purchase my trading platform, my trading indicators, my trading courses, all that straight from the marketplace. And basically all you have to do is show your rocket.place link. And that's me. You have reviews, like I have, all these reviews people leave there. Different categories of things you can list, like courses, indicators. That's kind of where we're going with it. So if you want to sell your stuff or get showcase, send me a message on Twitter or come to our Discord and send me a message. Check you out. I really just have a small lag with the automation software. So with TradingView, yeah, at some point, you can overwhelm it. But even so, when you have calculations in a browser, your user experience. So if you're trying to sell to other people, our technology is very important. If somebody is using your stuff, like I know people that have the entire business built on NinjaTrader, and like 90% of their day is helping troubleshoot people's computers to work better. Like people, they have to tell people, go buy a better computer or go buy more RAM just to run my stuff. Because when something is calculated host side and the computations are very labor intensive, the person's computer is the bottleneck to their experience. And so when you're server side, like we are, everyone has the same exact experience. Does that make sense? Whether they have a bad computer or not, the only bottleneck is internet connection, and we don't send a lot of data, so there's really no lag. So if you have somebody with like a 10-year-old laptop, they're not going to be able to run a PineScript as well as someone with a brand new computer. Yeah. Did you email me? Yeah, send me an email. No, we just here, do this. We shifted our resources to stabilizing our own platform first, and we put promotions for marketplace on hold until basically like Q2 this year. So right now we're spending all of our energy building some really cool shit for the platform instead. And the marketplace is something that we're going to spend the next 6 months really growing on the back end. So for now's the time to start with it. Yeah, send me a message. I'll definitely hook you up. Mm-hmm. We have a whole new team that's poised to work on marketplace only stuff. I think I got a wrong number. Somebody at a Friendship Animal Hospital. What is that? I guess they tried to call somebody and they got the wrong number. Can my platform be connected elsewhere? It can't be. For now, our platform is only connected. So like here, what I do and what you can do is I just put it side by side. So I have my information here and then I trade my other accounts through whatever. Like I've got Top Step DOMs open off to the side. I've got my Apex DOMs. I got my ETF DOMs open on the side. So I put this like on the side right here. So while you can live trade on our platform with an actual brokerage account, I can live trade my actual brokerage account in here as long as it works with CQG. And I found out that Take Profit Trader, as I saw, works with CQG. So I'm reaching out with them to see if we can't connect. So anybody that can connect through CQG, you can actually trade through our platform. And a lot of them don't, but I found out that they do. So there might be a synergy there that we're going to explore, whereas you can trade your Take Profit inside of our platform. So it's up to the trader funding groups. Most of them use the Tradeovate thing that's compatible with just Ninja or TradingView, unfortunately. There's a compatibility thing when it comes to futures. Now, here's the thing. I might be missing out on that pivot that I wanted, but that's okay. I'd rather miss out than be early. I didn't get the pivot that I wanted to get. I was trying to long at this lower green band. I usually let it touch when markets are volatile instead of chase it. So if this was the leg I did miss, and that's the leg I did miss, but I was waiting for it to overshoot and come back. Better to miss it than to be early whenever markets are volatile, I'll say. And I'll take the 38 and walk away and call it a day. How does the execution take place? There's a DOM. If you're trading futures, you open up the DOM, and the DOM works just like this. I can go through here, and I can buy a contract, sell a contract. So we have our own DOM in the platform right here. So if you have a brokerage account, so here's how I'll explain. If you have Edge, Clear, or AMP, or any account with CQG, Dorman, Phillip, Iron Beam, Cunningham, Robbins, they're all in here. If they work with CQG, which your browser usually does, like if you trade in Sierra Charts or any of those other platforms out there that have a CQG login, we have a CQG login as well. So you can connect your real brokerage account through here and then trade or anything else. If you're doing trader funding programs or anything through Top Step or anything through Apex and you're using TradingView or Tradeovate or whatever, you're going to use your DOM from there to throw orders on like I have it. And then our platform becomes information only. So the reason we can't connect to them is because of their choice, not ours. They have compatibility with certain things, and they didn't choose to have compatibility with CQG, as most futures brokers do. The prop firm industry and Tradeovate has decided to create an Apple-like ecosystem where they're only compatible with themselves. And so I use AMP. That's who I use. AMP is probably the prime choice here at Rocket Scooter for futures brokers. That the smallest deposit required for a minimum deposit to have a futures account is only $100, and AMP is like the only person on the street that does that. Most of them are $500 minimum deposits. So if you just want to get data feeds or whatever, AMP is the way to go. Yeah, it's 100. 100 was the minimum with AMP. That's what makes them the best for what it's worth. As far as FCMs go, they're non-clearing FCM. You really don't use them for anything other than their brokerage service. They're just a back-end thing, so you have very little interaction with them. You just get your order to the market. But yeah, so Rocket Suit right now is a 50% off thing. That's a little special we're doing. You guys can you can try it for the first month for half off. We do courses every day. We have a Zoom call every day that goes through our entire profitability mindset masterclass, which teaches you patience and profitability as far as trading goes. You guys watch me. I mean, you go to my Twitter, you can see all the things I do. I post all the trades I make. That was Twitter. I post my stats every day when I'm making trades. I post them there. When I win trading contests, I post that there. I peaked top 5 in the Robbins when I was being very competitive with it. So I like to trade in trading championships. This is the last contest I won. And I keep posting there. I got first place. It's a futures trading contest. I've gone on a 70-day winning streak live on YouTube where people watched every single day. I'm not losing for 70 days at one point. So you get to see a lot of cool stuff I do. But when I make trades and stuff, I post them up. Well, the last 3 weeks, there's been a lot of sitting out, a lot of waiting, a lot of analyzing. And today's my biggest hitting day, trying to get back into it. But yeah, you'll see me post. Do I trade individual stocks? I do not. I don't trade any stocks. Trading stocks is silly when you can trade futures and pay half as much in taxes for day trading. If you have the opportunity to trade U.S. futures and you're a U.S. citizen, which I don't remember if you said you were. I think you live in Sweden. You're in Europe, right, Hayden? Here, taxation in the United States is much more lenient in futures than in stocks. So in futures, you get this cool thing called the subsidy called the 60-40 rule. So when you trade futures, you pay less taxes than trading stocks. Stocks are all short-term capital gains. Which adds on top of your income. So if you're at 40% tax bracket or whatever, it's 40% taxed. You hold it for less than a year. Futures is 60% long-term. Even if you day trade, it's subsidized. The reason they did that, so the effective tax rate is roughly like 20-something% rather than 40. No matter how much money you make, depending on your tax bracket, it can be upwards of like 20% difference. So as far as like my speculative day trading for profit, I don't do any stocks because you lose a lot to taxes. So that is the problem. So using AMP means you can directly place trades in Rocket Scooter. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I can go here, I can click buy, and I would buy one S&P contract in my AMP account. That's correct. Yeah, 40% still short term. So like dollar for dollar, futures are tax less. So for day trading stocks, there's no added benefit that stocks give you over futures. Other than you're just investing in that stock, other than a dividend, but you have to hold it for 3 months or be on the record at the next dividend date. So stocks, the benefit is you get a dividend to offset some of the taxes. I trade through personal. But a lot of people trade through business for tax reasons as well. What size account do I think you need to trade NASDAQ minis? My rule of thumb is double the margin requirement. So that's roughly $25,000 or $30,000 to safely trade them. People don't listen and they trade like 5,000, 10,000. It's whatever. But double the margin requirement is a good rule of thumb as a starting point in futures. But you can trade with as minimum as little as $500 with these discount brokers. So, but up or down, one futures contract in the S&P that moves up and down, 40 points a day on average is $2,000 gain or loss per contract if you hold it from top to bottom. So imagine that when you're trading one mini on S&P or NASDAQ, your up and down is 2,000, and it'd be 3,000 in NASDAQ. It's about 50% more. So imagine you're losing $2,000 or $3,000 a day trading minis like you asked. So you need a buffer of money so that doesn't blow you up. So if you're less than $10,000 or so, you should be trading micros. Yeah, definitely micros. That's just so you don't blow it up in a single day. Your single mini contract is going to travel 2,000 to 3,000 max on most days. The catalyst and news event days might be a whole lot more, but your average day maximum range is typically that. So you've blown accounts with two micro contracts. Yeah, it happens. How do you get futures data in Rocket Scooter? All you do is create a brokerage account that's compatible with CQG. Look at the CQG website or call them and find out. Then when you sign up with your brokerage account with whoever you choose, like I chose AMP, you would just go to AMP and sign up for a brokerage account, fund it, and then they give you a login for CQG. And all you do is you come right down here to connections, and then you click login, and then you just supply the credentials, and then it works. Easy as that. So you just basically go get your brokerage account on the side and then connect it here. All you have to do is ask them one question. Are you compatible with CQG? And if they say yes, then it also means you're compatible with Rocket Scooter. We have compatibility with like 120 futures brokers right now. So pretty much all of them with the exception of Tradevate. Because they don't play that game. They're Apple. Their stuff only works with their stuff. I'm following up on my tweets. Everybody, guys, follow me on Twitter. Everyone, follow me on Twitter. That's where a lot of my activity is. I'll give you the information. Or X. Jay Minks and I are doing live trading spaces every Friday. We're going to be interviewing trader funding program groups and CEOs and all that stuff. Doing live trading on Twitter. We're very active there as well. 2840 is my NASDAQ pivot level. Yes. And again, I didn't get the stretch that I wanted, but I'd rather like more safe than sorry. So today the NASDAQ pivot, the high volume pivot is 836. And then the next pivot was 922. So like here to here was a trade, but I was wanting to get in the S&P rather than NASDAQ. What is my price target? ES will finish the year. This year? If the bull market comes back 7,000 plus, yeah, the S&P is going to move rapidly if it does. It might be delayed by a quarter. The first quarter is looking kind of bad, but our monthly maps are showing things are stabilizing from here. So if we just have another round of bad news after this month, maybe next month, things should clean up. And if the market continues to rally, there's no bad news. There's really, other than inflation sensitivity, it's not even that bad. The job market's growing, GDP's growing, and it's just like market's poised for a rally. Yep. So no for Ninja traders. Well, yeah. So when Ninja and Tradevate merged, they shut off their open API to connect the orders through them through third-party platforms like us, in favor of supporting their own platform over everyone else in a very anti-competitive measure. Which again, you know, I'm friends with the guys at Tradevate, so I'm not going to call it monopoly shenanigans, but it's a monopoly for sure. It's a trader funding program monopoly for the most part, excluding connecting through their API. This allows us to allow you to trade your trader funding programs. Nuts. You can only use them and no one else. And so that creates a kind of very closed door with their stuff, just like Apple. So we all wish they would open the doors and let people like us use them, but who knows? I ask them at least once a year. And last time I asked Rick, he said, when I do, Matt, you will be the first to know. If Tradevate can be able to be traded outside of their ecosystem, outside of the Ninja ecosystem, I will be the first to know. I'll be the first person developing to allow the connection back to Tradevate inside of our platform. Oh yeah, the CEO of NVIDIA talking about quantum and AI. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that stuff is realizing pretty quick. So I think the market's going to be very, very strong going forward. We have a bad month, maybe a bad 2 months ahead of us, but I think now the market is starting to formulate a bottom, and I'm not at all worried about it. So our monthly map, which forecasts up to 3 months solid on S&P futures, we're going to take a look at how the SPY is positioned. Now, you may not know how to decipher this yet, but I'm going to show you the trick. You look at the top of this light gray box and kind of like draw a little arrow like this, draw a line. Look at the bottom of the dark gray, and you also draw a little line. Okay, when the dark gray is sloping up, that's bullish liquidation over the next 1, 2, 3, 4 days. And then 5 days from now, bulls are strengthening from here. And now in 5 days, 581 is a support. That's what it's showing you. So right now, this is a support in the market starting next month. And we only have about a week more of possible selling. So you can see the inflection change right here where this dark gray and light gray are both sloping down. This is characteristic of a bull market. So I anticipate that if we support here within a week, it's back to rallying. Okay. We talk about in our Discord. I don't share all the secrets unless you're in the stream, but the S&P is looking pretty stable from here. This could be the bottom. Could be. NASDAQ still has some problems. Over the next 2 to 3 months, NASDAQ has like bear resistance right here. So NASDAQ is, while it's not rallying straight through this, at least over the month of February, NASDAQ could move higher, but it's bear market waves and still more choppy. So putting the two together, the market's likely not going to sell off and it's likely not going to rally. We're in for a choppy February. So NASDAQ showing that there's weakness in tech until this little gray area starts to dissipate. Every day we get a new read on this. Through February's expiration on the month side, NASDAQ has peaks here. So NASDAQ's not going to break highs in February. That's how you read this. So if NASDAQ's going to double top, it's going to take at least until March, according to today's read. And every day we reread this. So for NASDAQ to be doing whatever, you know, it'll be March before it approaches highs again. And if it's rallying, then Q2 is when the rally starts. Does that make sense? So we got a month to 3 months still of possible chop in NASDAQ. Rallies trying to sell, rallies trying to sell. And it does make sense. We need to go through another round of this news and another FOMC read that's going to move the market around. And I'm betting that we don't break highs until at least 2 CPI reads, which one of them's tomorrow. We need another round of CPI to really get that trend going. That's why I use funded programs. You use because you can trade them outside of Ninja and Tradebait. No, I use trader funding programs for multiple revenue streams. Like I get paid as an affiliate and I can do pretty much zero risk trading to get payouts. I no longer have to risk my own capital for your entertainment. Trading is hard and takes a lot of risk. My big money that I like to trade, my own money, it's hard to trade when people are watching you. It's a lot easier to like bear down and focus when it really counts. So for the stream, I'll do the trader funding program because it's practically no risk to demonstrate my trading and get paid that way. While there's more taxes to that, there's very little risk to that. So I don't lose much when I lose. I lose practically whatever $20 it costs to buy the account and $100 to fund it. Does this take the COT in consideration? No, Billy Joe, but it forecasts the COT. So the idea is when you see bull side strengthening or weakening, it tells you what the COT is looking like in the future. Because you can anticipate the structure in equities and the structure in futures are going to be the same. So if I could tell how the state of liquidity is changing like in S&P futures. Good question. S&P futures, you can see that there's a little bit of selling and a little bit of shorting. This is where commando traders, let me zoom in over here. When green is sloping down and blue is sloping down, this is an illiquid bear market. That's exactly what you see. Last time we had that, like this tail part of here and here, a little bit of selling, a little bit of selling and selling here and there. There's markets pulling back. And then for the recession or the bear market we had, they were selling like this. So this is starting off showing that they're selling. Now, is this going to be a longevity thing or is this just a wave down? And my belief is that it's a wave down for maybe 2 months at the most. Because while the commando traders is showing past data, Rock Scooter is showing future data. It's showing where options risk is expiring in the future. So in the future, you can see where bull support is. And bull support is the bottom of the gray. So in NASDAQ over the next month, has bull support here. This is likely the bottom for the next month. Okay. That's good. Now the bottom's not getting much lower and we're right on the edge. That's the problem. The S&P bottoms out even at lower lows. So when you see it sloping down like this, it means the bull side is getting stronger and deeper. There's more bull pressure holding up the market, the deeper you're in bull territory. So as the days and weeks go by, 581 just even becomes stronger. Stronger. That's how it looks at it. Well, the S&P is solid and NASDAQ is not. NASDAQ clearly is the source of weakness. So we have to investigate, the top stocks and see what they're doing. What does NVIDIA look like? Well, you see, NVIDIA is not rallying, and that's a big part of the NASDAQ, right? So how does NVIDIA look? Well, geez, you know, bear side liquidating. That's good. That's short squeeze, but bull side also selling and volatile, right? So they're both saying that the bulls are selling and the bears are covering shorts. So what that means is expansion. The range is getting bigger. And so the distance between here is the volatility or the range. And as you see, the range is expecting to get bigger. So this is like a megaphoning pattern. Like it's consolidating and getting even more volatile. And you can see that, right? The waves are getting much bigger in NVIDIA. Not bullish, not bearish. Now, right now, it's starting to formulate new areas of support and resistance. So NVIDIA is starting to form, just like NASDAQ is, a support right here at 131. That's big. So as of today, you can see that the stocks are trying to bottom today. Okay. Microsoft, look at some of the bigger ones here. Microsoft, really nice. Not bullish yet, but within a week, this level is bullish. Microsoft is not giving us strong bull or bear reads. It's kind of up and down. So again, Microsoft not getting any power. Right? Tech is not showing huge amounts of strength. Amazon, still bullish selling. Still bears going stronger. Amazon is a topping pattern that looks like it wants to sell. Right? Nothing looks good in tech. Oh, I use the specific funding programs I use because they work outside of NinjaTrader and Tradebait. No, they work inside of NinjaTrader and Tradebait. That, like, which platform doesn't choose which program I use? Whatever program I trade with, I choose whatever platform they're compatible with. A lot of them aren't compatible with CQG, so that we can't plug it into Rocket Scooter, unfortunately. All right, you guys, I love y'all. I'm taking my 38K and walk away. I got to get down and take care of the doc. Don't forget, sign up. If you scroll up in chat, 50% off our monthly. You can come to our Zoom calls. Today is course number 20. We start over. Profitability Mindset Masterclass, the masterclass of position sizing, patience, risk management, more. I'm the best risk management-based trader you will see on YouTube live streaming. You can see me not doing many trades the last 3 weeks and avoiding all the chop. And now the first day I'm hitting it hard. I'm hitting it big and making some money. There is an art form to seeing when the market is volatile and overwhelmingly bearish or overwhelmingly volatile and avoiding it. I have all the tools to do that. And we teach you how to utilize that in your confidence, confluence in all your trading. Rocket Scooter is a brand new set of tools we had to build a trading platform to hold them. 50% off first month. You guys can check it out. I am actually the CEO of the company. About 20 employees in this company. We have over 10,000 user accounts for the biggest futures trading communities on the planet. Like I said, check it out for the first month. You can access the Discord. There's a ton of traders here. We're on YouTube, and we'll have a Zoom call every day at 3:30 where we'll do a little bit of teaching, and you guys can come check it out. Yep, Zoom at 3:30, and we'll see y'all there. Here's the link. I want you guys to all go check it out. Go read the reviews. The actual people, what they say. I'm not going to kid you not. You might get tired of hearing the word game changer. So let that be what other people say. Don't let me sell you anything. But what we do is very substantial and different. It's not, there is 0 courses on charting. 0. It's not a charting class. It's not an indicator class. There's no technical analysis. There's no candle patterns, chart patterns, nothing. It is a class on betting techniques. It is an advanced class for traders who are serious to learn from someone who wins trading contests. I don't pick the direction right to make me win these contests. I bet better than any trader out there that I compete against. I have better betting techniques, risk management techniques, avoiding when I need to, and betting in the right size when I need to. QQ every single time trade. I thought about it, thinking about it, but no, I didn't take it. Okay, I'll see y'all later. The Zoom calls are posted in our Discord, Pancham. In the Discord, there's a channel called Zoom Calls, and we post a Zoom link every day at 3:30. We're going through the videos, and we repeat courses. So after the first 20, we start over, we keep going. So right now, we're on course number 20 today. So every day at 3:30, we do one of those Zoom calls that goes through a course. And today's Commitment to Traders, so that's a big one. And then tomorrow, we're going to start over at course number 1. So everybody sign up to come catch the front end of the courses tomorrow. Tomorrow's course number 1. Okay. So sign up. The courses are only $20 a month. That's it. The best $20 you'll ever spend probably for a trading course. It's not designed to make money.